Damn it.
Yeah, we're here. We're live.
Here like a follicle.
We're live.
It's the prodigal.
Let me just take this for the gram real quick. All right. Let's do the right thing hot.
Like Spike Lee, most likely.
You know what I mean?
And a nice tea in my Nikes. Where's the iced tea? I'm like, Christ, please don't spike me.
Yo, you know what needs to happen? We need to take all the porch sessions.
Yeah.
Take the clips of him freestyling and do a mashup. And just put it on one whole beat.
Oh yeah, it's coming. Are we going live now?
Yeah, we live. We got
live
60,
with the high. Where's
60
the chatty McDaddy?
Hey, Bata.
Yo, are y'all ready, man?
Yeah.
Yo, peace. Everybody's in the building, men, women, and children.
Oh, that's right. 12 o'clock is the 33.
Yeah, man.
Cambatta.
I make that Jesus-like transition tonight. Hopefully my eyes are still awoken and that phoenix can rise and floating. And guess what? LSD's about to drop. Peace. Like,
you know what?
It's a good day in hip hop.
I want to see, just get a quick sense. What is, if everybody before this album, what albums would you say were your favorites? You know what I mean? Before this one because this one that's about to drop will be your favorite. Yeah, LSD is gonna be crazy. But before this album, what was your favorite Cambatta album? I'm real curious to see who says what.
As we ready the ingredients, guess what? My channel is a smoke loving zone.
Yes.
And we do not censor here. And if you are watching, suspend all sensitivities.
Especially those who follow me. If anybody that actually follows me, y'all probably don't see me smoke as much, but this is what it is. Yes,
this disclaimer. If you're black, white, Hispanic, Chinese, wherever you're from, if you're gay, straight, transgender, short, tall, fat, if you're a dwarf, a midget, I may say something that offends you, and right now, just take a deep breath, especially if you're an adult, and just get rid of it. Act as if you're going to a Richard Pryor comedy show and give us the artistic permission to say and do as we feel. There's no censors here.
No. Censor.
What do they censor you when they sense soreness and they sense original man and they sense organization and they sense orgasm, i.e. XXX, IER. Yeah, censor me.
Right.
That's what they're doing when they sense ore. And what comes from ore? Gold. They censor you when they sense ore. It's the essence of ore.
Sense the gold. They don't want to see that come out.
Come on, man. Let me orate.
Yes.
It's the oracle.
Yes. Holy Ghost. So we got people saying Cambatta Volume 1, Holy Ghost, Holy Ghost 2, Smoke and Mirrors 2. They're going back in the time. You don't have Visionary up on the site. Why is that?
We're gonna re-release all of that. That's Visionary, for those that don't know, I did Visionary 1 and Visionary 2. That was before I started smoking. This is before I really started even heavily writing. Like, that was the compilation of the songs that were made during those times in my life, despite living a normal life. And I don't mean normal in a judgmental way. I mean normal as in I was working a 9-to-5 job, 40 hours a week, getting fat, eating, watching every series that comes on TV, playing every video game, and then finally writing a rap. And every time I wrote a rap, it was such a struggle. So Visionary was literally the foundation of me finding myself in carving my sword without knowing why I was carving it or even knowing how to use it at that point.
You are the first human being and the only human being that I know personally that has taken one craft and put your heart and soul into that one thing.
Only thing.
You do nothing else but that. Yes. You don't even do the business. You got a team for that.
I don't think about nothing.
So when did that happen? When did you say, yo, Because I remember probably around Smoking Mirrors.
That's exactly.
You were like, I'm gonna be the best rapper ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Was that the moment you were like, yo, no family, no work, no kids, no relationship?
Yes.
I'm bars.
Yeah, it happened around 2011. I moved to Dunedin, and at this time I did have a girlfriend at the time, but we were so far into the relationship that it was beyond the honeymoon period. At this point, it was like,
it was domesticated.
Yeah, like, exaggerated roommates in a sense. No disrespect. Okay. But I had the freedom that I was finally in a place that was fully natural. Like, I lived in a beach town. There was trees all over the place. The sun was bright. It was water right there, the most beautiful trail. The house was just gorgeous. It had a screened-in porch.
It's comfortable.
Exactly. And I started working out. I started exercising. And on the path of exercising, it's really hard to even get into exercising unless you're willing to take it the full ride.
Yeah.
So in the midst of that, I started, getting into meditation. I realized how hard it was, and I convinced myself that in order for me to write, I need to start smoking bud. But of course, when you start smoking bud, getting jobs gets harder.
Right.
And honestly, getting jobs becomes redundant, at least in your mind, because you realize how much is killing your imagination,
your whole creativity. Yeah.
So I just decided I never wanted to work again. I made it up in my mind that if I do not make a full living off of rapping, I don't want to really live at all. So if there's no safety net, I will continue doing this until I can live a sufficient life with it. And I just never stopped. From 2011, it was just a journey from marijuana to mushrooms to DMT to LSD, through all the annals of all of the scholars. I literally looked up all the best books, and I found incredible methods and self-taught, like through just pure curiosity and intentional mastering and becoming excellent, knowing exactly what I'm doing, seeing the path and just doing it. I spent 4 years in Florida on the porch. Then I moved to New York and the Bronx, and I did 4 years here in the Bronx inside of the dorm.
Yep.
I have like literally a room that's like maybe 8 by 4.
Yeah, it's small. It's like the size of a cell, if not smaller.
Yeah, than a jail cell, and all that was in there was my computer. The same computer that I did all the albums except LSD. LSD is the only album that wasn't recorded on my 2009 Dell that just died when I moved out here.
Right before you started recording LSD?
No. Right after.
Right after?
No. It just died this month.
Oh, damn.
This is an 11-year-old computer that I recorded probably 95% of my life music on. Lasted 11 years. It's a Dell that I bought for $900. 11 years with no maintenance. From everywhere that I've lived, I've taken this from every apartment, and I've literally taken the same computer. This computer was what I recorded Visionary 1, Visionary 2, all of the Crack Babies on, Cambatta.
Okay, so
Holy Ghost 1 and 2.
I need people to understand for a moment how what he just said is so aligned, because this album, okay, it doesn't matter if you are a Cambatta fan. I'm already seeing all y'all in this feed right now. You know Cambatta's work. This album is hands down the best album so far that he's ever done. And so if I'm gonna look at all your body of work that you just said, from Visionary 1 all the way up until this moment, that this album being the best work that you've done, and then the laptop dies.
Yeah, so actually it's a desktop. It's just the Dell. It looks so bad. It looks like exactly what you would find on the corner in the trash heap.
That is a representation to me that everything you've done was the accumulation to this album right here.
Yeah.
This album is when you want to see where all the mastery went to.
Yeah.
And what did the 4 years in Tampa and what did the 4 years here mean?
Yeah.
It means LSD.
LSD, the Lunar Solar Duality.
Yes.
Four there, dualistically. Shout out to old Kingo Gold from the, I'm guessing somewhere in Europe. He said €3. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. That's like $5 in America. That's
come on.
Ooh, that's at least a half grand for me.
Come on.
But yes, so
That's amazing.
What you're saying is exactly it. This is one thing that I realized is I'm just coming off of a very trippy weekend. I did LSD on Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday I did 2 psilocybin sessions, and it was extremely intense to say the least. I would say top 5 most intense. Cam losing his mind, not knowing how he is moments.
How many grams for the psilocybin?
So first day I did about 5 grams of psilocybin, and then the second day I did about 3 grams of psilocybin. And I would say the first day was complete ego death, which every time I get into that state, it's like I was never in that state. You don't get used to that.
Right.
And then on Sunday or yesterday, I did 3 grams, and it was me reaching, I would say, full flow state potential. And at that moment, I realized that the path that I've been taking is untampered with. It's almost like allowing God and not interrupting the process, and realizing furthermore that it's not me. It almost has nothing to do with me. I'm being used as a tool. Yes. No different than a hammer in the hand, and it's literally in the hammer, the hammer of Cain, the hammer of the author. And what is coming through me comes because of my openness, my fearlessness, and then also the preparation, the obsessive compulsive level of me just writing through the year. And it isn't anything subhuman. There's a lot of writers that write as much as me or more than me. It's just the intention behind how I write and how I approach the process that for the past, years, like I said, 4 years on the porch, 4 years in the Bronx in the dorm room is the equivalent of a PhD level, beyond a master's degree. That's PhD. That's over 10,000 hours. So it pays off. And then you realize that, hey, all of this is in my head. And then it just gets way easier. It's like learning a language. Well, how long does it take a human being to become fully proficient in English language? You could start, I guess, molding your mind now to speak rhymes.
Right. I think that's some of the things that a lot of artists end up doing, and this is the reason why you are on another level, and everybody has to agree with that. Even if you don't like rap, somebody said in the comments that they showed their coworker who doesn't even like hip hop, but then they showed them you. The reason being is because what you do is beyond. I don't want to call you what you do rap, to be honest with you. I personally, and I'm gonna talk to Nix about it, I'm gonna talk to Los about it. I want to somehow create an event that's at a live museum, an art museum, where your lyrics and your performances are used as performance art. I'm not talking about Kanye and what Jay-Z did when they had like the art. I'm talking about how can we take your lyrics and make them visual enough to be art with your performance, like bring them together, because what you do is not just rap, bruh. You do more than that with those words, man. You could read those words, especially off this LSD album. You could read the words and see the mastery, as opposed to if you take somebody who's like a Jada, who's still, respect to Jada, respect to Fab. They're catchy and they're nice, but what you do is different than just writing bars, man. And I don't know what we're going to call it. Lyrical art. That's just, poetry, not good enough. Nah, we got to go harder than that with poetry. Electric. Also about Electric Sheep.
Yo, shout out to Swervo. Thank you, yo. Yeah, it's, not to interrupt you.
Yeah, please.
And I say it humbly, and I act in full submission to the forces that be. So when I speak of my skill set, I always disclaim it by saying that it doesn't come from a level of arrogance or narcissism, but I will say that I'm extremely serious and hard on myself when it comes to this form. To me, it is the ultimate word of God. To me, this is gospel. To me, this is me, my attempt at writing the Bible and advancing and not being scared to try to do something better than what was here before.
Yes.
To show that through all circumstances, no matter who you are, where you are from, how much money you have, how hard it is, how lazy you are, how undisciplined you are, there are pathways to get to greatness and to achieve your dreams, realizing that the universe only says yes.
The universe only says yes.
It only says yes. The only reason why we know anything is possible is because the universe allowed it to be. The only difference between things in my imagination and things that are not in my imagination is they haven't made it out yet.
Right.
And I know what it felt like to be a kid introduced to hip hop. I know what it felt like to be a student in class and being vastly uninterested and unenergized to learn anything the teacher had to say. Waking up 7 o'clock in the morning, still tired. By the time it's 10, 11 o'clock and I have full consciousness in school, they're already feeding me lunch. And now I have itis. So for the rest of the day, I'm tired. I didn't learn anything in school. Kids are operating off of naturally acquired innate knowledge. We learn from hearing conversation. We hear words in their proper context. We observe. That's it. Some people learn from school. If your pathway is school, I'm not downplaying it. I will just say that for me, being somebody who's, I would say, observant to a level that I'm definitely somewhere on the spectrum between autistic and schizophrenic.
But what is that really? Because who created that language to make that
exactly.
thing? Right.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
King 2-1000.
Yo, King 2-1000. Thank you,
love.
Brother. Oh my God, the love is pouring in. Yes, it's and then I already shout out Swervo, man. He hit us again. Thank you, brother. I feel like it's time. It's time that we take this seriously. One observation I made was that most of the famous rappers are artists that I would say specifically rappers. The most famous, the most greats were the ones who spoke the loudest, not necessarily the best.
Right.
Those who seek attention and fame will become that faster than somebody that seeks to attain mastery and excellence. The pathway to greatness doesn't necessarily need mastery or excellence. Greatness is a quantification of size. Your greatness, how far spread you are, how known you are, how impactful you are, how influential you are. You don't need to be the best rapper to do that. A lot of the greatest rappers haven't even cracked the surface of 1 million fans yet. And I'm going to do this in a way that is the most organic, the least forced, without signing. Even the deal I signed was breadcrumbs. I maintained all my freedom. Basically, I haven't made a penny off this album yet.
Not yet.
You hear about people getting these $1 million deals. That's debt. That's no different than a college loan.
Right.
So I did this as hard as you could possibly do it. I would say that I am undisciplined and lazy. However, my passion and desire create a situation where I have to do.
It's almost like when you are passionate about something, your chaos becomes your structure.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
The chaos is what having that structure all the time isn't always good. Having those rigid ways isn't always good. I'm outside the lines. You know what I'm saying? And so we got to create ways for what we do to work outside the lines. Our chaos got to become our structure. You got to a point where, the things that teachers were challenging you on and trying to, even the spectrum that you're talking about, all that actually became the very thing that fueled Bada.
Yeah.
That made Bada.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It wasn't something that limited you at all.
Yeah, it was, I would say it's controlled. It's like, that's why they call it a spectrum, because I believe everybody is somewhere on the spectrum. You're either closer to a left brain or I would say a linear structured thinker, or you're closer to a right brain, which is a more, I would say, loose serpentine fluid thinker. Somebody that relies on intuitive intelligence rather than mental intelligence.
Yes.
And I'm somebody who my intelligence comes directly from my genetic code and the experience of my forefathers. I don't spend my time reading. The studying that I did do took place by either listening or watching, or by way of audiobooks that I could only sit myself down and listen to while playing video games on mute. So I found ways around my bad habits, embraced my bad habits, realized what I could change and what I could change, and just worked in between that to get what I needed. And I tied all of my addictions to rap. So I'm addicted to marijuana and caffeine. And
those that fuels your raps.
Those are the two chemicals that I need to rap. So
right.
I don't drink much liquor. When I do, it hits me quicker because I don't use anything that doesn't stimulate my mind in a natural way.
Yeah, liquor makes me tired, man.
Yeah,
shit makes me tired.
Feels good. Yo, shout out to Sirius 888 for the 444. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Your lyrics I like the Bible. Emil, Noliev, Don Scholler from IG, say it again. LSD is my
look at this, man. And here's the thing, you deserve every bit, because the work that you put out, man, those are bodies of art. Like, that's not just
free knowledge.
Albums.
It's free, already cut and primed, already delivered. I cut all the fat out of the meat and just fed it to you. So when you download exactly what I say, you gain the wrinkle and you gain my knowledge.
Another thing I'm gonna say too, man, and this is, I hope this shit, they're probably like, who the fuck is this dude saying this bullshit? Listen, my personal opinion, we know Eminem is nice. We already know that. He's got wordplay like crazy. But Eminem got a lot of verses that have a lot. If you cut all the fucking there's a lot of words that you could take out of Eminem's bars and they really don't mean shit. Mm-hmm. You could really, like, they really don't. A lot of them are filler words. You have wordplay where there's not one filler word. Yeah. Every word matters to the bar that's being said. Yes. And you could take it, you could research it, you could, all of it. You know what I'm saying? This is the reason why I put you up as one of the best in the game.
And best specifically, because greatness is different. Right. Every time somebody calls me the greatest rapper of all time, I have to check them because I have yet to reach greatness. But best, most skilled, most technically precise, lyrically, yes. And I'm one of the greatest rhymers, one of the best rhymers.
Yes.
Rappers, I would say I'm top 50.
Easy.
50 top rappers, because when we're talking about, I'm being generous, because when we're talking about rap, we're talking about Busy Bone, we're talking about, basically everybody in Bone Thugs and Harmony, Twister, Ludacris,
hold up, I gotta check something. Yeah. Pardon. I am eternally hip hop. I feel you, but here's why I put Cambatta way over Ab Soul. All right. The reason being because Ab Soul, I got all the Ab Soul shit. I listen to it all. But Ab Soul almost seems like, with his content, like he just came into some knowledge and he's using his dope ass wordplay to kind of bring that content. I don't get that from Bada. When I hear Bada, when I hear you know what I'm saying? I hear somebody that's been tapped in for a while, using words like, a lot of the wordplay that Ab-Soul said are like the basic words that associate with Illuminati. You know what I mean? And the whole idea of illuminate. That shit that's a market to be able to associate with that. But when you tapped in, you're saying shit that people don't even understand yet.
Yeah, it's definitely, I would say, with all due.
You want to
give me 1 minute to wrap this up. But when it comes specifically to Ab-Soul, with all due respect, my unbiased opinion, first of all, I love his work. I love his mixtapes prior to, I love his mixtape, and then Control. What was that? Some Control? Control System and prior Ab-Soul. After Ab-Soul, I believe that once he got famous, Spirit has a funny way of working with you once your light is already on. But I would say, as far as his input, he's very surface, and his vernacular isn't directly spiritually based. And his namesake, Ab-Soul, when you put an ab in front of anything like abnormal or aboriginal or abstract, it's a skewed aspect of the soul. So he's only able to give you so much right now. Not saying that he won't, but he needs to have some humbling situation that can bring him back to the books and bring him back to the true essence of spirituality, to speak from God and not from your mind.
Right, not from what's trendy on this wordplay. But again, I love Absol. But let's get into this LSD album. You know what I mean? We should do like some drink chant. Make some motherfucking noise.
Shout out to Greek Kane too, man. Thank you for the happy birthday, man. Also, in the right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see my Cash App. Anything that's donated directly through YouTube, I don't get paid that until next month. But anything that goes to the Cash App, I can immediately use for bills to donate to my family, which are directly people in need. Before I can donate to, you know, sick kids in other countries, I got to donate to mom and my sister. So also gas for Jay Kemp and everybody else to keep the lights on. So Cash App is also in the corner. We're about to get to the LSD right now.
Yes.
Grab your kids, grab your children. Everybody, I'm about to actually premiere. Shout out to Superior Wear. Everybody donating. Shout out to Papa Flan. Everybody donating.
Yes.
If I'm not able to shout out your donations, it's not because I didn't see it and I don't appreciate it. It's because we're pressed for time. But we're about to go on to track 1, LSD Lunar Solar Duality. Thank you so much for your support. Being here. Thank you, Jay Kemp. Los, Eddie Deuce, Phoenix, Brother Rich, Red Pill, Songbird, Nick, everybody that helped me out with this album, Dre, everybody that helped me with this album. We about to get into it. It's a celebration.
Yeah.
I'm finally ready. 4 years in the making.
This is it.
Yeah, man. I'm happy. I'm a baby.
This is
12 years old.
This is your baby right here.
This is I would say this is my first album. I'm saying it right now. LSD is my first album. Yes.
LSD. Lunar Solar Duality.
For the past couple years, I've seen tragedy at max. It's getting dark, I hope my shadow can adapt. Family home went from a palace to a shack. Dilapidated castle to a trap. Daddy never had me on his lap. So when a male authority figure grabbed me, I'm casually reacting with attack. I've always been as talented at rap. Only recently a nigga's on me like I got a saddle on my back. Eve got a mouth on me like an apple in my sack. Fully automatic chopping, how I'm hacking with the Mac. Mr. Robot with data I extract. Traffic in the packs on the blockchain, ain't no tracking me on that. Travel back to Africa and back with the artifacts, blueprints, papyrus and maps. Like I'm Indiana Jones, but if Harrison was black. I'm just trying to keep my heritage intact. Electron, FX on, Gen, edX long, 10x strong. Rocks wilder than Red Meth song. Vest Teflon, Red Fez, sex met spawn. Texts get drawn. Slaughter pigs on this redneck farm. Wake 'em up with the FedEx bomb. Separate head, neck, arm. Chest, legs gone. Body parts everywhere like on sex ed walls. Medex call. World looking like the next Red Dawn. Smoke gas to the face like my head chevron is Cameron. Alien, I'm beyond luck. Me on beyond Elon Musk. Me on beyond Eon Flux. Breed all, seed all, queens are fucks. Evolving all things I touch. Me on seesaw, fling y'all up. See more, see star dust. See me and everybody Murphy on clump. Yup. 1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pac, none. Chuck, Bruce, Lee, I punch, duck. Short arms, can't box with God. My arms long enough to be God up if he got shrunk. LSD, MT, I puff. Out cloud that I be on and pee on Trump. I'm the bully in the back of the retard bus. In front of a starving man, I eat my lunch. Munch, Grey Brew Pond, Dijon brunch. So many slaves, I don't need my thumbs. Press tab on tongue like a Reebok pump. Jump. Jew man, Jumanji on mush. John D on dust. All this Mooney I touch, it should read in me I trust.
Mother Moon, coat my throat with spirits that can only be found at the palms of dead legends that now live in the cosmos. For far too long, we have buried our rights in this western plight to fly among stars and stand beside stars. At cost too high to land softly, we have forgotten. We are luminous, rousing lunar gods under one god. We must go back. We must go back to get tomorrow right. Young man, light a match, start a fire, and burn. You are the sun. My moon pie will soothe. Abandon all biased system functions and welcome to the introduction and LSD induction. We're now at Cameron Junction. This art serves as a spiritual function. Sun, 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 sun.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hold up. Let me get to my.
First of all, shout out to No the Poet.
Yes.
That amazing vocal written sonic display.
Matter of fact, we got
sonic
right?
oration at the end. We're gonna add it right now.
Yeah, let's get No up on here. Oh my goodness, man.
Superior Wear. Thank you again, brother. There's the queen herself.
Woo! Come on.
No, I'm not
Don't do it, Cam. Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it.
Listen.
We had to give him that blood moon. We know what that blood moon is.
Talk to me about how this collaboration happened. What was the process? Did you create the track and bring it to her?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So first of all, shout out to Matt Godfather. He's the one who produced the beat. I heard it and it's so ominous and dark. And first of all, the fact that it didn't have any drums on, I already knew that I needed to have some kind of spoken essence. I wanted it to sound like either a goddess or some kind of transcendental mechanical female object from the future is talking about me, almost like a
that's exactly what it sounded
like a female Metatron goddess or something. And so when I did it, like essentially it's my genesis. It's the first chapter. It's me talking about my roots, but in a more futuristic fashion. Like this is Mad Max in the desolate war in the desolate war world. And
is that why you made it the first track?
That's why I made it the first track, and it's called Blood Moon, because the blood moon is the moon cycle of the woman, where she becomes bloody is the period, and that cycle, that birth cycle is how you basically I guess coordinate birth. So the sight of the blood moon can mean that your body is at its highest peak. After that period is when the woman goes into that ovulation cycle, and the sight of that blood moon may mean that this child that you procreate could be Messiah-like, because the resonance and the vibration coming from that specific astrological happening is the most powerful. So it was only right that I balanced this track with a feminine force, and it was none other than No.
So No, did he bring this idea to you and describe that to you?
No, not initially. No.
So when you
actually, I don't know if Cam knows this, but what was that, Jay?
I want to know, when did you write this? Where were you at when you wrote this?
All right. So our manager actually came to me first and told me that Cam wanted me on it. Yeah.
Okay.
He wanted me on the track with Cam. Now, anytime Cam says, I want you to do something, all right, let's go. It's just one of those things.
Respect.
I didn't know what it was, but I was a yes. Whatever it is, I'm there. I'm doing it.
Okay.
And then I actually wrote something. And
before hearing the track?
Huh?
Before hearing the track?
No. I heard the track.
Okay.
Mike told me what Cam had in mind, and I wrote the track. And it turns out it wasn't what I thought. That's what Cam wanted. I got it wrong the first time. So then I was like, okay, cool. This is not what you want.
Why don't I remember
Let me go
that?
talk to Cam then.
I don't remember
Cam,
that.
I don't know if you remember this. Remember, well, no, you should remember this part because you weren't around for the part I'm talking about. Now listen to this part. And then I came over, and then we hung out, and we were just hanging out, just talking, listening to music, and we were having a conversation about a whole bunch of stuff. And it came together. I was like, oh, okay. I see where your head's at. I see what you want.
Yeah.
So that's how it came together. I was like,
your initial words were Mother Moon, right? Is that what you said, Mother Moon? Was that your first word? Your first words on your piece was Mother Moon?
No. I wrote something completely different. And you know what? The first one had I'd written some stuff in Xhosa. You know, it was completely different. But apparently,
for this verse that you did though, did you say Mother Moon in the beginning?
For the final verse.
Yes.
Okay. And then at the end you were like, son.
Yes. You saw that. You saw that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was fire. Thank
you. I mean, when you're doing something like Cam, you have to get into layers.
So let me ask you, what if you had to sum up how you would describe that song, if you had to tell somebody about it, what would you say is the overall feeling and description of that song?
Well, damn, Cam.
That's a hard one. But it doesn't have to be complex.
I feel like you described the feel of that song perfectly in her voice.
Yeah.
It was like an Afro-futuristic queen, you know what I'm saying? Empress, goddess from the future, Mother Moon. And when you're like, son, and the fact that you're saying this is the birth of the new chapter, and you're calling him up, son.
It's basically my birth. You're basically my mom.
Yes, I will hold you. I will carry you because this is a violent metamorphosis, and I will hold you because I'm a woman. My womb holds that kind of violence and produces beauty. So, of course.
Yes. Thank you so much. And we got some work that we're gonna do soon. And honestly, I didn't get to tell you this yet, but you're working on a book. You already have a book. You already have Soul Vagina, but you sent me a children's book that's incredible. And I have some amazing ideas. As soon as I get to talk to you, I'll be able to break them down. I was actually I've been surfing the ether, but let people know where to find you, who you are, what you do.
Okay. Nona the poet, also known as Nomkoli Sinjangana, aka No, also known as the Queen. You can find me on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. If you're really trying to find me on Instagram because that's where you're probably gonna find me. Everything is Nona the Poet, Nono the Poet, one word, and
Awesome, man. And you're open for collab because we got a lot of people that would love to collaborate with you from all over the world. We got
of course, I'm open and ready. Yes.
Yeah, we got a huge South African fan base, and you're actually from South Africa, so it works perfectly.
Yes.
But thank you again, Queen, and I'm glad you were available to celebrate this momentous occasion with me.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Cam. And listen, I just want to say congratulations. I'm so proud of you. This is huge, and I cannot wait for the world to hear this album.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna
they like, yo, let's get to the next track. And by the way, the album drops 12 o'clock, the born day, the God.
The 33rd transition in the year 2020, which is the perfect vision of the Christian, the Christ ion.
Yes.
So the next track, most of you guys have heard already. It's Bones of Osiris.
Bones of Osiris.
Which is produced by Choop. Which I don't know when I recorded this, but I just knew that it had that New York hop. Like for me to be in New York, I knew I had to do something that made me feel like I could go to the bodega and really bop to it.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about your beat selection, your track selection, because you don't listen to hip hop. You just listen to gospel.
Yeah.
So how are you select, like, when do you know to just transition and hear that beat and you're like, yeah, that's the one?
It's feeling. I start off freestyling everything and things connect and then I can see it. I go through a process of imagining the best case scenario sonically. How would the best rapper approach this? What tone would he use? What cadence? What timing? What kind of hook would arouse people on this? And I imagine it and then I become it. I display it. I let it flow through me. And this Bad to the Bone, it was just like, first of all, my name is Cameron Carbone. Literally, my government namesake ends with bone. So it's literally Bada or Bada is bad to the bone. And literally, and I'm talking about the frustration. The whole album is based on my mother and my father. So I talk about the absence of my father and the forgiveness of my mother. In order to move on and be able to love a queen, you must first forgive your mother. You know, and this is all about forgiveness of my mother, loving, embracing my mother. Basically burning my father, letting him know my pain, and then telling him how much he needs to help me at this point, being the last strand of living genetic DNA in my father's line. You know, even doing Ancestry.com, it's almost as if this guy fell out the sky. He doesn't have any names on his birth certificate. I don't know where this man is from. He died before I could meet him as a man. But I told him that I need him. And so this song is about my frustrations as coming up as a man, a boy, a bastard child, and how bad you become. You become a baby kid.
Let's get to it.
Solar powered airplane, following the daylight. Never have to say night, never have to see dark. Hoping I could stay bright, never ending theme park. No, I got the wing dog, floating like a free hawk. Motion to the epoch, quoting out the Enoch. Social with the griots, yoga at the tea shop. Older than the Pequots, soldier was the Ewoks. Poking at your weak spot, open up the key locks. Kobe with the 3-shot, poster in the D-Voc, holster when I need Glock, potent when I see cops. If I'm the animal who's standing over me in green socks, hopefully I meet Pac. Free not, everybody gotta pay to live. Laws were created by some racist pigs. You can never own a planet, but he made it his. Then he stripped the languages from my native lips. But I guess it's just the way it is. If you make a man hungry, he take greater risks. I will break into your crib just to raid your fridge. If I bear hug a bear, I could break his ribs. I could never be a slave to this, even though we on the plantation where Satan lives. He don't even got no clothes in his closet, just fabric, a sewing machine, and a little Asian kid. Bad to the bone, bad to the motherfucking bone. Bitch, I'm bad to the motherfucking bone. Bitch, I'm bad to the bone. Never had a dad in my home. I got everything I have on my own, cause I'm black and I'm grown. And I'm bad to the bone, and I'm bad to the motherfucking bone. Bitch, I'm bad to the bone. Never had a dad in my home. I got everything I have on my own. Shepherd of the lambs in a Yorkini, attached to the bottle like a lost genie. Fly like a seagull in a beanie. I can feel it in the air like a lair as I soar freely. Can the Lord see me? If my eyes are windshields to my soul, my song is a long squeegee. Beyond 3D, psychic went blind trying to palm read me. Jack you in public, you all pee-wee. Shit, I'm an addict but I'm functional. A habit's only bad if you ain't punctual. Only in the midst of chaos am I comfortable. Religion works cause human beings are gullible. Talking business, have a brunch with you. Talking metaphysics, smoke a blunt with you. Talking to some women, I'ma fuck a few. But if you talk about my mama, then I'm snuffing you. I hear the beat and I just mumble through. I'm mumbling now, I'm just eloquent as Huxtables. If you're not as smart as me, I'm dumb to you. My favorite color's the number W. I'll never call another man a boss. Rocks are only hard cause your hands are soft. Never had a father or Santa Claus. If I see a reindeer, I rip his antlers to the bone. Bad to the motherfucking bone, bitch, I'm bad to the motherfucking bone, bitch, I'm bad to the bone. Never had a dad in my home, I got everything I have on my own, cause I'm black and I'm grown. And I'm bad to the bone, and I'm bad to the motherfucking bone, bitch, I'm bad to the bone. Never had a dad in my home, I got everything I have on my own.
Yeah.
Yo.
Bruh.
Bad to the bone.
Come on, man. What's your favorite bar on that track?
What's
the one that you like? Oh!
When I said, oh, when I said, oh, wait. I said, hold on. Hold on.
We want that.
I said, I hear the beat and I said, here we go. I said, I hear the beat and I just mumble through. I'm mumbling now, I'm just eloquent as Huxtables. If you're not as smart as me, I'm dumb to you. My favorite color's the number W. I said, I'll never call another man a boss. Hands are only hard. I said, rocks are only hard because your hands are soft. So I'll start with that one. I said, I'll never call another man a boss. Rocks are only hard because your hands are soft. So this is grand alpha masculine, Chuck Norris fact sheet, bravado, braggadocio.
Yeah.
This is me saying, I will never call another man a boss, meaning that at most we're peers. At most we're opponents. At most we're friends, family, brothers, and enemies. But never will I have a king. Never will I have a God that isn't in me. And never will I have a boss or an owner. It's a mentality. So even if you have somebody that pays you or pays you a wage, or you're working with somebody, or you're using a skill set to aid a process and you're being paid for it, that is an even exchange. You're not my boss. Even my management team, they know that I even cringe at the word manager. We use it because it's a popular, easily detectable colloquialism that we use.
Yeah, you just like compartmentalize.
Yeah, exactly.
But
so I don't take it personal, but essentially we are working together. They know that they don't work for me. We're equal. We are like Dorothy, the lion, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow on the golden path to Oz.
Hold up, somebody said, can you break down the line? My favorite color is the number W.
So
yes.
If you're not as smart as me, I'm dumb to you. My favorite color is the number W. So with this, you just have to get into the layering of what makes a number and what makes a letter. Effectively, they are tools of description. You use number to describe quantity, to describe science and nature, measurements, time. You use numbers. And for life and nouns and action, you use words.
Yeah.
But effectively, they are all symbols and sigils that represent some kind of quantitative factor. So when I say my favorite color is the number W, so color is, so you have to take color, numbers, and letters. Each number or each letter correlates with a number that correlates with a color. So W will correlate in the alphabet as 23, I believe. And W was, W, it would be 23. So you would take a color wheel. Now, if you took a 24 color wheel, I believe that would land blue, which is my throat chakra, which is also the color of creativity, and the sky, which is the chakra and energy source that I use for communication. So the right answer would be blue. Also, on some color wheels, it would be black. Now, also, if you want to take it deeper than that, you could associate it with the double V. So that would be 2 5s in Roman numeral, which would land at around 10, which I think would be in the red spectrum, which would be the opposite of blue, which is my primal sexual active source. So it's a multi-layered riddle that's a math and just kind of a lesson in relation between sound and light. The spectrum that is light is also sound, and every light has a sound. Every sound has a light. It's similar to that. So, yeah. Yeah. We're just.
I don't even know what to say to that right there.
Yeah.
That's insane.
You know what it is? In the middle of Christ's gospel, sometimes he has to perform a miracle
Amazing
to make
explanation.
his believers believe. Yeah.
Amazing. Listen, man. All right.
If Christ didn't walk on the water, then his congregation wouldn't submit their souls and trust that his word is the direct one of God.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to prove that you're the direct line, you have to show, or you have to tout some level of excellence and amazing feat that have never been done to show that your theorems are appropriate at describing nature and the impossible. When I'm extracting or extrapolating knowledge from the imagination or the dream world, it is a very mercurial, hard to grasp source, and it requires either the best illustrators or artists, painters, or the best orators or poets that can speak that can describe God, using words that don't properly describe God. It's who can come the closest, and that's the codex. And I realize it, and rap is the most effective form of communication in modern time. I would say rap as a instrument or an object is on par with the pyramids, which are also communication devices, because the hieroglyphics are actually like emojis or memes that carry meaning that is relative to nature and not to linguistics. And rap can do that on all levels. So I would say Bones of Osiris is that proof.
The shaman.
Next we got, so the next track you guys haven't heard yet. The next track.
Well, hold up. Hold up. We got
Kenny Buttons. I'm gonna bring him in. I'm gonna introduce him in.
Okay.
They gotta know this man is
yes.
I look up to this guy, and actually I first contacted this man years and years ago when I was still on the porch. It was on a whim. At that point, I saw he was already working with 50 Cent. He was already working with MTV. He's one of the people that soundtrack like Pimp My Rides and stuff. Like, this guy is extremely legendary. One of the most talented producers and singers, vocalists I've ever heard. And when you see him, when you meet him, he's clean cut. He's very well spoken. You can tell he's probably one of the best salesmen. He'll sell a Cadillac to a armless, legless man. You know what I mean? So this man has the mental capacity to stand with the gods. And the second song after Nigger Christ that I recorded in the Queens at Jam Master Jay's studio, shout out to HDMI, was 33, which is the age and the transition that I'm experiencing. It's also the age that Christ made his transition. It's also the number of vertebrae, the level in the Masonic right system. 33 is a master number. And the only person that I knew that could properly adorn and anoint this song with the heavenly, glorious, harmonious melody was Kenny Buttons himself, the man who produced People. If you heard the song People, you know what it's about. Kenny Buttons.
What's good? What an intro, man. I appreciate that. Blessings, brother. Blessings.
It didn't do you justice, man. Thank you, bro.
Man.
You know I'm the night crawler. I'm a shadow warrior. I just got a phone number. And to work with me requires much patience and understanding. And you, my friend, are Jedi, Yoda-like. To work with Cambatta requires you to just let the kite fly. You don't have a string. Hopefully it'll come back. And thank you.
Listen. Oh, thank you. I mean, listen. That's the true meaning of talent. You know, when you don't have to do anything and you just let the individual do what he does or she does best. You gonna get the best. And every time I hear you on a record about it, every time I reach out to you to do a track, like I don't worry about it because I know you're gonna body it. Like that's that's real shit. That's real shit. That's real shit.
And just a hint before we get into the song, because we're gonna get into the bulk of it and your creative process behind it after we play it. But before we get to that, I'm gonna tell you that me and you got something brewing that has taken me some time to brew because of how serious it is and how spiritual it is, and it will be one of my greatest works. And you're looking at the man who will be responsible for that. So let's get into 33, which was the second track I've ever recorded for LSD. I recorded this in 2016. It is I would say the third title track of the album.
Lay your head, no worries, time will come. Life is a gamble, playing what the devil throw. Been down plenty, but I'm up, I stay ready, ain't much I can't handle. Devil on my ass, he keeps trying, suck me out, take my life. God done pulled me from the depths of his hell too many times. Around age 5 was the very last time I looked my father in the eyes before the nigga bounced. I was about 6 when I seen my mama get a wig split by some nigga she let in the house. I was 7 when I learned my first lesson about sexing from the magazine collection underneath the couch. I was 8 when I learned about bass. It was Christmas, I was looking for my presents and I found an ounce. I was 9 when I shot my first 9 in the backyard with my Uncle Sean, them was good times. I was 10 when I lost my best friend to a stray bullet that I heard was fired out that same 9. 11 when I learned about heaven from the reverend when he told me that was where my homie probably was. I was 12 when I learned about hell, mama wasn't doing well, whole fam on a lot of drugs. 13, I was smoking so much weed, I was basically a fiend, I was high as fuck every day. 14, I was on a sports team, but I quit it cause I knew I wasn't going to the NBA. 15, got pussy for the first time and getting more pussy's only thing up on a nigga mind. 16, started writing 16, niggas said I spit mean, bitches love it when a nigga rhyme. 17, I ain't graduate, but a nigga needed money, I was on the corner trying to slang trees. 18, graduated to the bass fiends, now I'm on the big money and great things. New whip on 18s, new chick my chain swing, caught up in the gang thing, trying to make my name ring. Even put a mask on, I let that AK ring. By the age of 19, I'm sitting in that state bing. Lay your head, no worries, time will come. Those who sin against you, will fall. I ain't get released till I was 21. Turned me to a monster, I am no longer my mother's son. By the age of 22, I had my first child. I ain't raising, now my mother got another son. I was 23 when my uncle called me and told me that my father died, but I ain't cry. 24, I was sniffing so much cane, I was smoking so much dust, all I thought about was homicide. 25, I was sitting in the ER, I caught a shot from the kid that I robbed when I was 18. 26, got addicted to the pills that the doctor gave me, I was struggling to stay clean. 27, learned my lesson, I was back inside corrections, but I think it was a blessing in disguise though. Turned Christian for a second, then Islamic met the brethren, but I had a lot of questions on my mind though. That religion couldn't answer, started reading every book that I could find, I'm getting smarter as my time goes. I was getting so much wiser, I could feel my soul is rising, I could finally look myself in the eyes though. Finally got paroled at 31, trying to make connections with my son, but he don't know me. He remind me of the old me when my father left me lonely, so I started as his homie. Schooled him to the lessons life showed me, hoping later he'll console me when he see me as a man and not a phony. 32, I turned a new leaf. A new queen pregnant, she's 32 weeks. My son is living with me and his mother we speak. I help her get off drugs clean 32 weeks. Started up a program for the brothers in the streets. It's an outreach, free them with the knowledge we teach. Turning water into Henny, everybody at the table getting bread and we eat. When they see you as a king, just be aware of all the envy and the jealousy it brings. Especially your team. It's usually the one that comes in second that develops a deceptive way of being. Left hand man, he set me up. Went and talked to the forces and wet me up. Finally they murdered me at 33. Nigger Christ, you heard of me. Finally they murdered me at 33. Nigger Christ, you heard of me. Finally they murdered me at 33. Nigger Christ, you heard of me. Nigger Christ, you heard of me.
Oh,
yes, sir.
like that's all you can say to it.
33.
That's all you can say to it.
Yo, that record is so hot, bro.
How long ago was that recorded?
I started
Well,
I started. The song was originally created in about I believe February 2016. So about 4.5 years ago, I did my vocal part of it. Shout out to Lucid Swank. He's produced songs in the past for me like Holy Ghost, Sunset, and Hallucinate. So that beat is probably 6 years old because I probably started concepting the song maybe much long ago than even that. Like, so the song was written. I didn't record it until 4.5 years ago. And then when did I hit you up, Kenny?
I think it was like
2 years ago.
definitely at least, yeah.
It was after people, right?
Yep.
Was it before people? After
No. It was after people for sure. Yeah, it was definitely over a year ago for sure.
So first, I'll start with you, Kenny. What are your thoughts on the song? I remember you said even your son was rocking to it. Definitely, man. Love to hear you.
Listen, this is my son's favorite record. Like he asked, legit. I swear to you, he asks about track 33 all the time. This is what he says. Like, yo, Dad, what's up with that Cambatta track 33? My son's 8 years old, and at the time, he was just turning 7. He's my tastemaker. So when he heard the record, even before I did anything to it, he was already in love with the record.
For him to understand that level of language means that your son is a genius.
Absolutely.
Yo, he
has to be.
Yo, he know. I could say that he knows what he loves to hear, and the minute he was in.
Hold on real quick. Say that one more time. Shout out to Stunner Lock C. Say that one more time.
I said, my bad. So I said the minute he heard the record, he was in love with it. So he knows what he loves to hear. And when he hears it, it doesn't go. He continuously reminds you about that song or that record. So
what was the space you went into when you heard that? Where did you have to go in your mind creatively to really bring what you brought to that track?
Well, I mean, Bada, he described what he was looking for. So when he told me what he was looking for, immediately vocally, I knew what I needed to do on the record. I didn't know what I was going to write about, until I listened to the record and I was listening to the lyrics and the journey, the trials and the tribulations, the hurt, the pain, and then to get to the ending, and it fucked me up. I was like, wow, I know what I need to do here, and that's kind of how the hook was born. Yeah.
Can you say the lyrics to the hook?
Can I sing them?
Yeah. Not sing them, but can you say them of what you said in the hook?
Lay your head, no worries. Time will come. Those who sinned against you soon will fall. Can't sing, you gotta sing them, bro.
No doubt.
That sounds like you literally read that out the Bible.
Straight.
That's not
Yo, they murdered me at 33. It's Nigger Christ. You heard of me when you said that. When you said that line, I was like, I already know what it has to be, and that is, and then I heard the trials and the tribulations of the story and your journey through that record. You know, it had to be, you know, lay your head, no worry. Time will come. Those who sinned against you soon will fall. You know, and it came like that.
That was anointed words, man, and your vocal ability is
Amazing.
a gift from God, yo. You have a beautiful, beautiful gift, man, and I'm humbled and honored to work with you, and I'm looking forward to working more. I'm getting better every day, and I have nothing but time. I'm just as young as I've always been, just as healthy as I've always been, and this is just the beginning of how this goes for us, for sure.
Well, listen, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm humbled and honored to work with you as well. And, you know, I look forward to working more in the future. I certainly have this new record that I would love to talk to you more about in the near future. But it was an absolute honor. You're an extremely talented individual, Bada. You're definitely in your own lane, in your own sphere, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you in your own world. And nobody could fuck with that, and it was an absolute pleasure to be a part of this. So, listen, man, blessings, love. I'm sure it's gonna do well, man. I'm sure it's gonna do well.
Yeah, man, we're just gonna let God do His work, man. Like it seemed like none of the powers that be, none of the mechanics of PR and marketing and everything kind of just died as Corona thrived, and we were kind of left to go door to door with this album. But I know that over time, it doesn't matter how deep in the ocean you throw the tablet of stone, it will eventually float to the surface and infect the globe. So when you speak from the heart and you speak from the soul, it will always arrive. And thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Blessings to you and the team. And you know, I'm sure this isn't the last I'm going to hear about this, and I can't wait to hear the whole album. So I don't want to say good luck because the shit is fire, man. Yeah, I'll see you on the other side, brother.
Yes, sir.
See you on the other side, baby.
Talk to you soon.
Peace.
Yo, and real quick, like this song is a modern adaptation of the Christ story.
I was gonna ask you about that.
Yeah,
like,
please.
So it's I see like there's a list of experiences, you know what I'm saying? So that's a collection of like all the oppression that we would experience, or is that specifically to your story?
So I look at this song as the alternative experience of where my life was headed and where it would be if I didn't take rap into consideration. So this song is actually a coagulation or a mixture of my story and shout out to my cousin Devin, and shout out to my Uncle John, shout out to a lot of my friends growing up. I took very close relationships and kind of blended them into my life story. So I would say about 33% of the song is actually based on my life. So the names, the events, the times at which I started rapping, the time where I found out my dad died, up until now to where literally this weekend, and I'm making my 33rd transition right now with you guys right now. I have literally used the story of Christ, the story of Heru, the story of Superman, the story of Buddha to template my life. And I wrote this song as a means to show that every man, no matter how dark or how light your story is also a representation of the Messiah. It's just, do you realize your potential while you're still walking, and through your stumbles and through the temptation, the vices, this realm, you could either play it to enjoy it, you could either play it to master it, or you could play it to replay it.
I always say like the 12 to 30, when it's silent in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? We fill that up with our life.
Yes.
That's us.
Yes.
That's why it's silent.
Yes. Actually, I believe Blair Underwood did a second Christ.
I want to just shout out Home Sauce for the 333.
Yo, yeah, shout out Home Sauce.
Somebody else before him. I just want Jedi Smith or
Jedi
I'm sorry,
Thank you, brother.
Samadi,
Thank you, brother. I think we had another one. Yo, shout out to Sheena Hall for sure. Listen, she sent me the 33 on Cash App, and I thank you so much, Queen. She's actually one of my best. I don't even want to say supporters, family, sisters, family, and you know, been supporting my music since day one. So thank you too. Home Sauce. I just did the interview with Home Sauce. I was interview 21 with him, and that was dope because I was born on the 21st, which is 3 7s. So I'm very thankful for this whole experience, and thank you for everybody donating your hard-earned money.
I just put 33 up on there too.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yes.
Yeah, I want to go into and before we even go into this next track, this is like your most well-rounded album.
Thank you, man.
Did you intentionally go in like bringing some of the content that you normally do for the true fans to the surface? Because some of these tracks got a vibe to them that you don't normally go with.
Yeah. So the fans, the listeners, the family, the supporters, the haters, the critics, they only get what I release. They only see what I show them, and they only hear what I tell them. Behind the scenes, I would say that I spend more time sharpening my sword of melody and rhythm and kind of innate music theory than I do practicing my lyricism. I've already equipped my mind with the necessary linguistic set and vernaculars in order to, I guess, suffice what I'm trying to say. So really, it's about me preparing my mind and body for a flow state. So because this album happened over the course of 4 years, and during that process, I did Tupac Murder Confessions. I did the DMT songs, both of the Holy Ghost. I did Cambatta. I'm working on maybe 10 other albums, plus, you know, multiple features. And it's just got me to a point to where, just like studying language, it becomes thoughtless. And I would say this album, you're getting the whole range of my full evolution musically from 2016 up until just the last song on this album was just created a couple months ago. So I've literally took, I guess it was my purpose in this was throughout that time to take the songs that had the correlate. The whole time I was recording LSD and things that correlated with the duality of the sun and moon, good and evil, Christ, dark and light, black and white, lunar solar, yeah. You know, the devil and God. And I made sure that everything I did was in that vein. And then I also, I scour my comments because it just seems like maybe 98% of my comments are constructive and good and praiseworthy. However, every once in a while I do get a critique, and those are the measuring sticks that I use to say, you know, some of these critiques are coming from a real place. And if there's something to critique, that means there's something to tweak. So I'm also, the whole entire time, I'm making sure that I fulfill all of the necessary, I guess, passageways to impress the mind. This is language. Sometimes complexity is too much to carry a language. So there's aspects of this album that are solely based on the melodic aspect. So whether you speak English or understand my spiritual framework that I use with my words, you're going to understand my message regardless.
Come on. Let's go to this next track.
I think you guys know this next track.
Is this
Nigger Christ? Shout out to Stunner Lock C. Thank you, brother. New music, where can I find music?
Oh, yeah.
www.cambatta.com for all music. www.cambattamusic.com for all the music. Buy it now. You still have time to order the album. It'll be live on Spotify, iTunes in just a couple hours or two. So
Microchip.
Thank you, Microchip, man. Thank you, brother.
All right.
Let's go. We're gonna go to Nigger Christ, right?
Nigger Christ.
Nigger Christ.
There's a bar I need you to break down.
Yeah. Like y'all gotta listen to it. I don't care how many times you listen to it before. Listen to it right now, as if you haven't heard it.
You are not going to get it off the first 3 times. There's like, and then the way you broke down the W, there's oh man. Let's get to it.
Yeah, this one's fun.
I'm back from the death. I don't have to repent, I don't ask for the breath. Life is of gradual steps and I feel like the last one is next. But they knocked me down. A nigga just a king without a crown. I'm so hungry I don't need to speak, I let my stomach growl. You just wonder how. Melanin law, the sun is my energy source, the one that the devil informs. My head full of thorns, I'm stuck in this 21st century war. Lucidly thinking, Lucy the juice that I'm drinking, hallucinate truth in its meaning. I view what computers are dreaming, unusual humanoid heaving. Delusional even, at funerals chiefing, I laugh in a room full of grievance. My hugest achievement is proving that music is fluent, is breathing. I give them life, I give them life, from the dark, I give them light. Nigger Christ, Nigger Christ, Nigger Christ, I give them life. I give them life from the dark. I give them light. Nigger Christ, Nigger Christ, yeah. Nigger Christ. My body is cybernetic. Oxygen is a psychedelic. Make it move kinda like kinetics. Make the coke hard like I'm his fetish. Now my wifey jealous. Yeah. Ghetto sophistication in my mental configuration. Pissing yellow precipitation on your head while I'm in a spaceship till I'm feeling weightless. Higher learning got me sipping Remy, shooting banks up. Cause a rapper paw, I be at your door with the Macklemore like the cracker rapper or the Apple Store. You would think I'm Cinderella's prince, cause I'm going door to door with the pump. If the shoe fits, let it ring. Street sweeper like a broom, so you better jump. Jump off with the tramp on lean +2, that's a triple talk. Grip a pump, it's a UFO with a laser beam that'll lift them up. Alienate you. You gonna think that they alienate you. Eat you so fast that I barely could taste you. I could see you scared to fear in your facial. Thank you, thank you. I give them life, I give them life, I give them life. From the dark, I give them light. Nigger Christ, Nigger Christ, Nigger Christ. I give them life, I give them life, I give them life. From the dark, I give them light. Nigger Christ, Nigger Christ, yeah. Nigger Christ. I turn vices to virtues. Call it eyelid reversal. I wake up your light and research you. I restore the sight in your third view. My science is verbal. From deep in the silence I birth you. Circle divided by circle. Inside of a cipher of circles. Like Vesica Pisces I merge you. The cycles converge. When God uses joystick to guide me, he plays so hard that he numbed his thumbs. I'ma hit a lick like I punched the tongue. I'm as sharp as the knife Jay stuck in on. Cruella, I'm the 101. I got hungry lungs. Me versus the whole world's population still feels like a one-on-one. You see impossible, I see I'm possible. Mama, look at what I could do. Body the obstacles. Father Muhammad the honorable. Call it Muhammad on Donahue. I give them life. I give them life. I give them life. From the dark, I give them light. Nigger Christ. I give them life. I give them life. From the dark, I give them light. Nigger Christ. Nigger Christ. Nigger Christ. Bada. Bada. Bada 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 bada.
I need you to do the verse. I turn vices to virtue. Say that. I think that might have been the third verse. Please.
Yeah, so again, this is the first song that I recorded for this album. Over 4.5 ago.
Yeah.
Yes, shout out to V-Don. I mean, V-Don, the Bronx native producer, is honestly one of the best producers ever. He's literally alchemist if you fucking dipped him in fucking melanin and added an alien fucking brain. I mean, he's produced for everybody from A$AP Rocky to West Side Gun and Kanye, Conway the Machine, everybody. But he produced this track. For that verse, so all the verses are just based on my grasp of using the dichotomy and duality, that the polarizing factors of metaphysics and understanding the spectrum, using everything that is and everything that isn't to describe the undescribable. Kind of like the concept of Taoism, that if I describe the container and I describe how much is not in it, I can get a better idea of what's in it. Kind of like why Isaac Newton invented calculus. Yes. So in the third verse, I say I turn vices to virtues. So something vice, something that has a grip on you in a negative manner, I turn that into a virtue, something that is then something of morality and something of integrity that you stand by. Something, you become a virtuous person. You go from being a victim to a virtuous person. So I said I turn vices to virtues. Call it eyelid reversal. So I'm basically reversing your eyesight from external to internal. So I turn vices to virtue, call it eyelid reversal. I wake up your light and resurge you. So resurge, to reawaken your light. I wake up the light and resurge you. My science is verbal. So from the darkness that you see when you reverse your eyelids, and you see that darkness and you're gazing on the infinite black tapestry of the imagination, I provide the light in the distance that you follow to then become adorned in the praises. And that happens vocally. I'm able to send a message through sound that you're able to animate in your mind. Depending on the amount of description I use, is how detailed and how precise what I'm describing will be. I could say apple, or I could say green apple, or I could say green apple with a worm, or I could say green apple with a worm and a bite in it. The more detail I can add, the more real the picture becomes in the listener's head. So I turn either reverse you, I wake up your light and resurge, or I restore the sight in your third view, restore the sight in your third view. My science is verbal. From deep in the silence, I birth you. Circle divided by circle. Inside of a cipher of circles, like Vesica Pisces, I merge you. My ciphers converge you. So from deep in the silence, I birth you. It is the all from nothing. It is the fact that sound is born in light, and light is born in sound is born in silence, and light is born in darkness. So from deep in the darkness is where the light is born, or the deep in the silence is where the sound of light is born. I said circle divided by circle. So when we're talking about cell mutation and the creation of a human being or a multi-celled being, you're talking about circle divided by circle inside of a cipher of circles. So now we're talking about the ovum or the egg. Like Vesica Pisces are the abstract of two circles or two ciphers joining, and before they join, you see this middle point that becomes the kind of the ethereal vagina and the meeting point of the two polar sides. You'll see it in the MasterCard symbol. They use it in a lot of symbolization, but it definitely means good, evil, and neutral. You know, gray, white, or black, white, and gray, or hot, cold, lukewarm, Luke Skywalker. Basically, I'm describing the creation of man in a very, I would say, rhythmic and witty fashion. That's the best way to say it, man. You know how we do this, man. Come on, I'm not trying to play around. I'm not trying to play around. This isn't just fun. I've convinced myself that I'm doing the work of God.
Shout out to Eileen Martinez.
Yo, shout out to Eileen.
Real,
yes.
That's love.
Yes. Honestly, Eileen. And when I trust, you catch me because I leaned over. I lean like the Eiffel Tower. That's why I got this limey sour.
Yo, are you going to write a book? Because, and I say this every time about how you talk about, and I don't want to call it rap, but I'll just say rap. You know what I'm saying? Have you thought about really putting this in print?
Yes. So it's an inevitability that will either happen after I validate my path with, I would say, obvious abundance. I would have to validate my path with obvious in very easily and widely translatable success. And I would have to do it in a manner, and I would have to understand it in a manner to where I can make it repeatable. And only at that point that I capstone my pyramid is when I will, I guess, publish the instructions.
So you should just record your voice and have somebody transcribe it. And that's it.
Yeah. And I guess in a sense, that's what we're doing.
Audio, yeah, no doubt. Audio book. That's where it's
at. Yeah. Like me sitting down and writing that, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? Unless it was in rhyme form, that would be very hard for me to do. But I would say it's gonna happen whether I live to write it or somebody that lives after me that observed me will write it. It will be written because I will make sure that I continue to walk in a progressive, self-righteous path. I don't base my righteousness on any other rules but my own. What makes me feel good and what aids my path. I think good and evil is purely subjective and based on life and just natural morality. But I would say my path is different than everybody's path. My path is different than the Christ path. Because even comparing it to it, I would easily get down on myself. We all sin. We all make mistakes. And if you really hold yourself to those and don't accept them as a part of you, you might not realize your Christness.
But there's no value in viewing a man that has no sin.
Exactly.
There's no value in that.
There's no story.
You know what I'm saying?
There's no obstruction.
You have to have that.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me you don't, I don't trust you.
That's it.
So I know you do. And again, you were silent for how many years anyway? Let's go to this next track because this is actually one of my favorites right here.
Yes.
This actually is like definitely one of my favorites that has a vibe that I didn't even expect.
Yes.
The voice, everything. Let's get into it. Let's talk about the creative process on it. Yeah. Actually, is this Scala? It's the Son of Horus. Okay, no.
No, Michael Jackson, right? No, Son of Horus.
Okay. No, let's take the track. But still, this track is amazing.
We're definitely missing Michael Jackson, though, I'll tell you that much. Oh, okay, got you.
Okay.
Hood nigga, crack baby, ghetto lord, magnet. I can show you what the medal's for. General, got recruited for the devil's war. Cross niggas, slam them, then I score. Hell welcome me, for the heaven got a metal door. Never sleep, when I dream I see death galore. Go-Ka, it's not an acronym, a metaphor. Ram God, how a human got a head of horns. Metal rain, you should probably check the weather more. Hot letter pour, check his pulse. Yeah, that nigga's dead for sure. Bet he get resurrected in the belly of pregnant whore. Smell fair, and it stinks in here. Smells like hot pork when police are scared. Yeah, every time I kill a bear, I'ma eat the bear. Yeah, smell fair, nose pick up a feast in hair. Whoa, D5 from a beast to pen. Yeah, see blind, no song for at least a year. What? D5 from a beast to pen. Yeah, seen blind, no song for at least a year. What? Hood nigga, crack baby, ghetto boy. Good kids, turn bad when they get ignored. Their dad, you created me, but I was never yours. I'm a king, put a sword in a stone, I'ma get the sword. Got the keys, Ali, oxen breed. The cops on me, Squally watching on a block for me. I got the tree, Molly Oxy and I got the E. The dots on me, mama wanna get a twat to rock for me. While I'm walking in the clock on me. Snapshot, got a cannon on me. Like photography. Zoom in, but you can't catch me. Right-handed, but I play lefty. Wayne West, give me 8 SPs. Short coat, cause I hate Pepsi. Smell fair, and it stinks in here. Smells like hot pork when police are scared. Yeah, every time I kill a bear, I'ma eat the bear. Yeah, smell fair, nose pick up a feast in hair. Whoa, D5 from a beast to pen. Yeah, see blind, no song for at least a year. What? V5 from a beast to pen. Yeah, seen blind, no song for at least a year. What?
Yo, bro. So you just said something crazy to me.
Yeah. Shout out to Son of Horus. Shout out to Addict Sounds.
Who's
Nick.
that? Nick. Yeah, Nick.
That's Nick.
Nick Price. You recorded this. You freestyled this?
This was a non-written freestyle form song. Like literally, when I was making this song. So first of all, if you listen to the drum tempo on it, it's similar to R.I.P. Pop Smoke. You know, the whole Brooklyn drill sound, 504 in, Sheck West, a lot of these guys, it's like, if you listen to Pop Smoke, you understand what he's doing. When I recorded this song, it was after I recorded a song called 24 Hours that's on the album. That's recorded by Brother Rich.
Yeah, Brother Rich.
And it was me, Nick, I believe Nix was there, probably Eddie Deuce, shout out to Eddie Deuce. And we had 30 minutes left in the session. And Nick, usually at the end of the session, Nix plays beats, and I just freestyle and pick out a couple for next session. But I was like, yo, we got 30 minutes. Nix was halfway asleep. I was like, yo, we still got 30 minutes. If you got energy, let me just put me in there. I won't even write. And literally on everything I love, God, my grandma, my father, everything there is to swear to, look in my eyes. Lie detector, lie detect me.
No, but even somebody's trying Team Cambatta, it was all off the dome.
All off the dome. Yeah, like this
Nix
song.
Is right here.
I wrote this song literally using punching techniques. I would literally crack baby, ghetto lord. I said, good kids turn bad when they get ignored. Dear dad, you created me, but I was never yours. I'm the king, put the sword in the stone, I'ma get the sword. I got the keys. Ali, oxen free. The cops on me. Squally squatting on the block for me. I got the trees. Molly Oxy and I got the ease. The thoughts on me. Mama wanna get a twat to me. So basically from the beginning to the end, everything rhymes with so the first scheme, everything rhymes with metaphor or ghetto lord, go God, ghetto lord. Everything rhymes with ghetto lord. So the way that my mind works is if there's a combination rhyme, I mean, it doesn't really matter how many. I know what rhymes with what. So if I have one combo to rhyme, it's very easy for me to freestyle in a straight stream and give you everything that my mind can immediately extract from the rhyme. So when I did that, I just literally said the first thing that correlated, kept it, didn't think it twice. And you know, once I have structure, I know where I'm at. So I know I'm in the demonic realm, the dark realm.
So you would find that scheme, you would do it, and then you would stop, punch in.
Yeah. So I would literally, when I came in, like I already knew how I was gonna set it off in ghetto lord. And then I would say I would get up to a certain point, and once I start to stumble, I back up, say, give me back to that point. I pick up from that point, add that, and then once I hear that, so let's say I'm 4 bars deep, I'll hear that, and then I'll layer the next couple of bars that I can think of. If it comes out sloppy, I'll redo it, stop it, and go. And I did that for the whole song. I did that up into the hook the first time, and then the second time I actually wrote a verse to it, but it was too structured, and it sounded like I wrote it.
Yeah, okay.
It was too good.
You want to keep that flow.
Yeah, generally when I sit down and write, my science becomes very detailed and more specific. So you'll notice on this flow, it's more free flowing. It's got da 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 da. It's got more of it. You can't get that when you're writing. That's why a lot of guys like Young Thug, Rich the Kid, a lot of these guys use the same exact method that I was just telling you about. Writing is becoming a thing of the past. People are doing punch-ins. Problem is, most people that punch in started punching in before their vernacular was really developed enough to not say bullshit. Like I said on the other song, when I mumble, I'm mumbling now. It's just eloquent. So that's my form of mumble rap. It just still has a degree of lyricism that is still functional and I can still compete if I wrote it. But yeah, Son of Horus, It's got that vibe. I would say this is a very unique song on the album. This song is not for the club. This album is not for the clubs.
I like what Jedi Samadhi said. It's chaos.
Chaos.
It's not structured.
Yeah, free flow.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
People want to hear that from me. It's kind of like Bada the Sinner too. Son of Horus. This is the negative aspect of it, but it is the son of Horus. It's also the light bearer. Lucifer was the bearer of light.
Right.
And he's not necessarily negative. He's not necessarily evil. If you really go into Luciferian, you understand that from their view, he's Christ. It's the same thing. It's just more and more, I would say, Sodom and Gomorrah level of, you know.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, hey, fuck whatever has a hole.
Yeah, right. You know what I mean? They good. Just, you know, they fuck everything.
Yeah, it's up to you. If you hold the karma, that's on you.
Yeah, no doubt.
If you could kill 1,000 people and feel like you did a good deed down to your soul, the universe is probably not going to punish you for it.
Right.
That's how evil people can get rewarded and become millionaires. Oh my God, I'm such a good person. Why am I poor? Why is this evil person worth $1 billion? Because he was very specific and he doesn't feel guilty about it. A lot of us black people are taught to feel like, oh, we're being better than somebody when we're rich, or to be, you almost feel bad when you have money and your family doesn't.
Yeah.
You know?
But I also think there's a peddling of capitalism and spirituality too. You know what I'm saying? Which is limiting people from being able to understand what they could really do with themselves before that money even comes. Yeah. If you feel like you need money to be at peace, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Then you're missing the point.
Yeah, it's almost like the conscious community is becoming the Catholic Church, just in a more metaphysical way.
Yeah, you can't chase it. You can't chase it. You have to know it'll come. You know what I'm saying? Your relationship got to be better. That's all it is. It still doesn't deem you, you know what I mean, worthy or valuable or righteous or any of that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's why motherfuckers that got money do a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? Let's go to this next track.
That's Fall of the Phoenix.
Fall of the Phoenix, produced by Matthew Godfather.
And before we go into that, you'll notice the trend that this album is starting off dark.
Yeah.
It's because this is the lunar aspect of it. So Lunar Solar Duality, the first 8 tracks are all based in hell. It's all based in a struggle. It's all based in me, I guess, stumbling. This is my fall. Before I rise, I'm talking about me going to Dante's peak and battling the inferno, battling Satan, battling my demons. And so you get that story before you get the light. You got to get the dark.
And you know what? Just because you said that, when we get to that last track, the last track makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Which is my favorite track on the whole album.
That means the world to me because that's the most experimental track on the album.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah. No sleep, no dreams. From a coke fiend to dope fiend. From crack baby to crack fiend to blow speed. Nosebleed, can't wear the shirt if there's no sleeves. If I overdose and I die, I don't gotta go clean. Numb it so I don't gotta feel it again by no means. The lens of my black spectacles is nebulous. Resemblance stems with a crack residue. Specimen testing the lab chemicals. Past schedule down to my last fentanyl. Free city snap medical, that destitute. Physician written scripts, chicken scratch legible. Get a pack, sell a few, do them all, buy them back. Family thinks I'm on crack, why is that? It's cause I go to drugs when this life attacks. As it's getting harder, me getting high is how I react. Sleepwalk through this prolonged suicidal nap. Anywhere I lay is potentially where I'm dying at. Relapse every time I hear a striking match. Cause I never know where my light is at. Sleeping with the roaches and the giant rats. Addict says my Grammy gave me great flavor diamond tap. I was smacked. Keep slipping, keep sliding back. I need a map just to find a map. Walking validation of all the stereotypes of blacks. I'm a nigger and I'm fine with that. The crack baby is grown now, still a lone child, suffocating in a smoke cloud. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. I got addiction in my blood and it shows now. Heart is weak, deviated septum in my nose now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. They say that everything that comes around goes round. All them dealers selling to my mama on the dope now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. My spirit animal is a cold turkey. Body made of water, but it's so murky, dirty. Name Flint when this hoe slurps me. She don't like me, she just coke thirsty. Trying to get that brain freeze like a cold Slurpee. Shirley, she look 50 in the low 30s. In high school, she was so curvy, used to curve me. Karma has no mercy. My drug abuse history is so deep. In order for a copper to frisk me, he gotta soul search me. See police and turn white like Jerome Kersey's home jersey. Mumbling and call like a stone Furby. I'm trying to walk, but it's so blurry. Don't worry, I'm in no hurry. My emotional aptitude is rather shrewd. My inclination for discernment is null and void. Hugging me is redundant as punching rubber boy. Once upon a time I was mother's joy, now I'm just a droid. Numb to love, I become annoyed by everybody's voice. Any sympathetic expression is but a muffled noise. So lethargic, everything I do is hypothetic. I am pathetic, diet is diabetic. Stress levels defy the methods of Dianetics. Lord Zenu couldn't clear me with a science lesson. I'm not excited by the liar trying to find a heaven. I'm just trying to find an exit. Quite pretentious, lost child to whom life rejected. Stuck, stifled through this time regression. Everything's a suicidal weapon. I got anxiety and hypertension, hoping that the doctor can give me Xannies for my depression. I think I need some oxys cause my spine is tensing. Plus I'm out of methadone, it got me fighting medics. Twin nostrils hit blow like it's 9/11. I'm a nigger and I'd like to mention, if I overdose and I die, I don't gotta go clean. Numb it so I don't gotta feel it again by no means. The crack baby is grown now, still a lone child, suffocating in a smoke cloud. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. I got addiction in my blood and it shows now. Heart is weak, deviated septum in my nose now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. Put the coke down, whole town on the dope now. They say that everything that comes around goes round. All them dealers selling to my mama on the dope now.
Come on, man. What the fuck?
Check your veins.
What the fuck? Head about to explode.
Yo, side note, yo, Cannabis to Go. Is that really you, bro? Or is that somebody using the namesake? I've been wondering that. Is that really Cannabis? Please put up a check or something. Please verify that you're the real one. Because if so, bro, we got God watching. I could only respect. But this joint, Fall of the Phoenix 666, I believe that's track 6. If you know Smoke and Mirrors, you understand that I would say my first masterpiece was probably Crack Baby. The second installment of the Smoke Baby. Actually, yeah, because the Womb was kind of the transitionary, but was also crazy. It was like a Cambatta.
The Womb was legendary.
Yeah, it was arguably legendary. A lot of people like that more than Crack Baby. But if you understand the story that went into Crack Baby, birth of the Crack Baby, rebirth of the Crack Baby, you understand that I was born in the midst of the crack epidemic in the crack house that, you know, with very beautiful black people that were the real epidemic, the real pandemic was the crack epidemic. That the body count, the body count for that would triple the Holocaust and probably equal slavery.
Especially if you come to the current day, generations up until this day,
and you count the autism, you count the early pregnancy rates that lead to abortions. The bodies keep piling still to this day. And luckily God spared my mind and my body and made me strong. But I was able to get through that. But now we're looking around and we're not seeing, or the same crackheads that were out there that are still alive are still out there. But there's a new drug on the streets. And I've noticed in modern time, people have been popping oxys, you know, we're in a dope era almost. People are still on crack, don't get me wrong. But the Molly came through, the pills came through, the fentanyl came through. And then once those prescriptions got tapped out, people went back to old Mama Brown, you know? And the dope is out there, not to mention just the whole generalization of dope. Anything that dopes your mind. It could be weed.
I gotta salute Cannabis. He said, "Click my page. I'm legit. We need to work again."
Yo, Cannabis, bro. I already have the song, bro. Like, dude, our meeting was life changing, and
I remember that too.
Listen, Cannabis. I don't think that we have the words to honor and acknowledge what he's done for hip hop. I would say that he discovered the emerald tablets that I got to later add my translation to. And I would say that I would have to live 3 lifetimes to write the amount of rhymes that this man rhymed. If I've said it, he said it in a different way. I would say that I hope and I'm glad I have his blessings that I can help enhance and advance the science and add other dimensions to it. He came up in a time where a lot of artists the industry was raw and they were really taking advantage of people and deals were really choking people. And he's giving me some powerful advice on how to navigate this and, you know, what to say yes to and what to say no to. And I will always go listen to his music right now. And he's still here. Give him his flowers while he's alive.
Absolutely. Salute Cannabis.
But back to the rise of the Phoenix.
Yes. So I think, well, let's go to this next track, because I think this next track, if mistake me if I'm wrong, or check me if I'm wrong, but it seems like this is where the turn is. When you said it goes from dark to...
This is when I'm climbing out.
This is where you climbing out.
Yeah.
And it's one of my favorites.
And it starts on 7.
Yeah.
You know, so 6 was the last of me actually directly fighting the devil. This is me getting up bloody and bruised, walking back home with my crown. Woo! You know, adjusting the crown that I just got back, you know.
Let's get to it.
So, scale of Anubis, if you understand the concept, you understand in the story of Anubis, before he made his passageway to the next realm, his heart was weighed against a feather. And if your heart is lighter than a feather, then you pass through. And what that means is you're carrying guilt, carrying karma, you're carrying regret, and those things weigh the heart. And when the heart is light and you can allow it to pass through you, then Anubis transforms from being the person who brings you into hell to the person who presses the elevator button for you to make it up to the gates. So this is Scale of Anubis. Shout out to Natural Onyx. I made this in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. Cincinnati? Yeah, Cincinnati, Ohio. Yes, Cincinnati, Ohio. Yo, shout out to Kyle Otto. He's who I recorded it with. Shout out to Eddie Deuce. Yes, let's go.
Let's get it.
Look. I just smoked all my money up and I'm still hurting. Up until the day my Grammy died, she was still working. I could count on my hands how many times I've met a real person. Blew the engine out before I even got the wheels turning. Still yearning. My passion's becoming a real burden. Still learning. Though I know who death is, I be still flirting. Reveal curtain. Think I tested just to feel certain. So when it's destined, I don't feel nervous. Guess the question's what is real purpose? If God made me in his image, then he must have been a nigga too. Broken, hungry with no dinner too. Getting tempted by these women too. God made me in his image, then he must have been a sinner too. Grew the
these four walls got me so confined, and I'm uneasy. Sipping on antifreeze, yeah. Everyone knows I'm about 1, 2, 3 steps from the line, out of control. I don't really mean to be this damn unkind, but I'm uneasy. Sipping on antifreeze, yeah.
Love. I guess I wish I knew how gravity felt. Cause either my head in the clouds or I'm getting mad at myself. God listen, but my pride wouldn't let me ask him for help. It's like my spirit got the chastity belt. I put my broken heart back on the shelf. God is not to blame. You are not to blame. Daddy's not to blame. Mommy's not to blame. Devil's not to blame. Karma's not to blame. Potter's not to blame. They tried to tell me that we are all the same, but the thing that makes you, you and me are not the same. Lord, if God made me in his image, then he must have been a nigga too. Broken, hungry with no dinner too. Getting tempted by these women too. God made me in his image, then he must have been a sinner too. Through the apple that she bit into.
I just want to talk about what's on my mind before I explode. Staring at these four walls got me so confined, and I'm uneasy. Sipping on antifreeze, yeah. Everyone knows I'm about 1, 2, 3 steps from the line, out of control. I don't really mean to keep this down unkind, but I'm uneasy. Sipping on antifreeze, yeah.
That is my shit.
Yes, yes.
That is my shit. Natural onyx.
Yes, yes.
Woo!
Yes.
That whole hook, the whole vibe. Exactly. Yo, you set it up perfect before we went into it.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what that is, man. Climbing out of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, getting rid
God
of
is
all
not
the
to
blame.
blame. You were not to blame. Like, yo, this... I don't know, and listen, I don't know if you understand. This album, first of all, is definitely hands down your best work. Like we said in the beginning, all this shit built up to this moment right here of this album.
Yes.
But even more so, you address mental health a lot.
Yeah.
Because there's more tracks to go to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I hope you see that the way you just made this album of coming from dark to light is similar to what some therapists use when it comes to music. It's called entrainment. And they have them make mixtapes for themselves to be able to listen to how they feel first, and then each song that they choose, it moves up to how they want to feel later. And it's a way to reprogram the mind.
Wow.
And you really do this with this album. Because a lot of what you say in the darkness, it comes to that light. Especially when you get to the end. Y'all gotta stay for the end. When you get to the end,
we
it's
just
crazy.
getting started.
We just getting started. So, yo, it's crazy, bro.
Thank you.
Like,
that means
beautiful.
the world to me.
It's
Hearing that
beautiful,
from you.
bro.
And bro, and you gotta understand, Jay Kemp right here. If you've been following Cambatta's story, then you know there's archives that me from when I first started. This guy was literally right there. He's actually was introduced to me by Carlos. They were working on a show called Crack Up, which was comedy days. And you're so well rounded as a mind and a thinker, an actor, that we hit it off from day one. And my first DMT experience was you were sitting across from me.
Yep.
So
both times.
Yeah, both times. Yeah. The first two.
Yeah.
And we've done, I mean, that's not even we got a laundry list of experiences.
Yeah.
So all positive and progressive and things that were bookmarks in our progression. And this song right here is something that, knowing your story, know in my story that it's very, very important that not only we accept, but we remind ourselves every day that we were born into this.
Yes.
And that some things are too big for us, and it's not all about us. And once you accept your faults, it becomes much easier for you to appreciate your what makes you beautiful.
Which is the reason why this track was on repeat. You know what I'm saying?
Mantra.
Michael Jackson, but I heard Michael Jackson years ago.
Yeah.
And that actually was on repeat. On the day I told Phoenix, I was like, yo, Michael Jackson just been on repeat for me. And I was like, I can't let it go. And he was like, yeah, it's the day that Michael Jackson passed.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize that. But nevertheless, man, this right here, this track was on repeat for me. And I think just like what you said broke down, man, I think that's probably why. Yeah. Because it really resonates in that. Yeah. You know what I mean? So let's keep going. Oh man, Numerical.
Yeah. Shout out to Eddie Deuce. Shout out to eBay. Shout out to Nick. This song started from the ground up. This is another song that I freestyled that came directly from the soul. This is me crying. This song is me crying. A lot of people have been asking for more emotional depth. They want to know more about who I am. They want to hear the human side of me. They want to know who the man at the pulpit is when he takes his tie off and puts down that book. And this is me really shining a light on my insecurities, my fears, and the fact that just like in Jason, when he hits that water, he shrivels up to a baby. You know, I'm somebody that not only is prone for a depression manically, but once I get into it, I make it comfortable. And then I feed it. I feed the monster to make him bigger and hoping that it'll engulf me so I don't have to deal with it anymore. And this album was made, and it was, I guess, manifested on my 33rd birthday, which of course is in synchronicity to the death of Christ, because I wanted to make it a piece of work that if I were to die tomorrow, it would leave enough of my legacy behind to leave a very accurate impression on what I meant in my journey here and what I acquired, you know, throughout the trials and tribulations. So this song, Numerical, is spelled numerical, like a new miracle. But the mirror, the new mirror, it is a new self-reflection. And then it's numerical because we know that it's sometimes it's about the patterns. Sometimes it's about seeing the repetitions, the loop, the mechanical aspect of what your flaws are. And it's almost like we're going through this. When in the Matrix, when you're observing the simulation, you see the rain falling, and the body's translation of those numbers, those numericals, are how you quantify the pixelation of reality. Just like how a computer changes data into a visual. It's just decoding the encoding, and so this song, even though it is an emotional cry, it is still based on the mechanics that make up the faults in my psyche.
Yeah. It's like embracing all of that as your whole, but not even as your flaw. Yeah. But as your fuel.
Exactly. It's a prayer. It's a cry. It's a prayer. It's frustration to me. Why every time I pray I don't get answers? Why am I watching everybody else succeed? And it seems like they're not even yielding a short sword is sharp. They're declaring more force, you know, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, fuck, am I doing it?
Let's get it.
Numerical. Shout out to Eddie Deuce, E-Bass on the bass, and Nick on the engineering.
Would you die for? Something that you'd rather be alive for? Is it something true enough to lie for? Father, I'm the you that you deny yours. Why was I born? I survived for shit that you would do a suicide for. Got a mama I would do a homicide for. All this crime got a nigga eyes sore. Tell me why, Lord. All this praying but you don't reply, Lord. Can you send me down a sign, Lord? Got a nigga kneeling down on my floor. Some rose got the spike thorns, like what Christ wore, floating like a ribbon in the sky war. This is my story. Like a life force you would die for divine glory. Can you help me, God, cause I'm falling? Can you hear me, God, cause I'm calling? This is my story. Lord, got some shit I need to say. Lord, I hope you hear me when I pray. It ain't good around my way. Lord, I need a miracle today. Got some shit I need to say. Lord, I hope you hear me when I pray. It ain't good around my way. Lord, I need a miracle today. Need a little help. I can't do it by myself. All I got is me. I don't got nobody else. Traded in my time, family and health. Have you ever felt like you hot enough to freeze, but you cold enough to melt? Feeling like a waste, should be hanging from a belt. Got a soul that's for sale. Is it only for the wealth? Am I talking to myself? On a knee, I never know. Got me pleading for your help. Gotta play the way it's dealt. Got some shit I need to say. Lord, I hope you hear me when I pray. It ain't good around my way. Lord, I need a miracle today. Got some shit I need to say. Lord, I hope you hear me when I pray. It ain't good around my way. Lord, I need a miracle today. I've been fighting for my life. I've been fighting for the right to see the light. I've been fighting for my life. I've been fighting for the right to see the light. I've been fighting for my life. I've been fighting for the right to see the light.
Yes, y'all.
Yo, so I want to first, because that track, you know, and Nick's just really broke down something about that track that brought me to something that I wanted to mention when we first started, which is I want to shout out Eddie Deuce, Nick's, Los, you know, all your whole team that has been working with you all these years, man. Grinding.
Yeah.
You don't get that
selflessly, man. Like
selflessly.
Everybody, shout out to Brother Rich, Red Pill, Blue Pill, A. Rashid, Black Dot, Nick, eBay, Songbird, Jamal Ray, Kenny Buttons, Los, Phoenix, Eddie Deuce again, Jay Kemp, you, everybody that I didn't name, everybody, Piff James, Vidon, D Polo, Nono, Natural Onyx. This album definitely marks a turn in my life, a transition. And I believe for anybody that chooses to openly receive this as a form of transcendental music, you'll definitely see that selflessly, I attempted to create some new wrinkles in time and space and music, and progress the art that I believe has been, in a sense, neglected, and just kind of used for monetary instead of for the mastery of language and sonic resonance that this music is actually here for. We're here to sing the gospel. We're here to pray. We're here to sing like the birds in the morning, or the rooster crowing. It's essentially, it's glory. It's the opposite of a cry. You cry because you're sad. You could cry because you're happy, but then you start to sing. And a cry is a sing. I say the baby that cries the most is the one that will have the most beautiful singing voice. It's why women have naturally sweeter singing voices. They're a little bit more, I would say, willing to cry. And that was my song to do that. It took me a long time to start making songs like that because I had to live. I only create from a pure source of either curiosity or life experience or impactful observation. So this song it was freestyle, made in the same manner I did The Son of Horus. I didn't write a word, spoke directly from my heart. The booth was dark. I was stumbling on my words. I struggled to get some of those notes out. But I hope you guys can also notice the depth and versatility, the flexibility in my musicality. And I will say that's only just the beginning of it. It's like when the child dances for the family at Thanksgiving for the first time. It really depends on how many claps you get, whether that baby is going to be shy the next time. And I feel like I'm showing my heart and wearing it on my sleeve. And I was shy about that before. And now, thanks to your acceptance in certain songs, now I feel like I can finally sing and use my heart instead of only strictly my mind.
Who's transcribing what you freestyle? Nick, you transcribe?
Yeah, shout out to Phoenix. He's the one who takes the task and listening to my songs that I don't write and actually transcribing them so you guys will have the lyrics to decode. Like I said, in this process of creating this album, I didn't write as much. I decided to just kind of go with the feeling and go with the first thing I think and trust that God will choose the right word, for me.
And Nick, what was it like? Did you feel that when you were transcribing it?
Yeah.
Like, did you feel? Because I feel that every time I hear that track.
Yeah.
It resonates.
Yeah, I was sitting down transcribing the lyrics on my MacBook, and I've heard the songs a bunch of times because I'm in the studio with him. We're here playing the songs, watching them as they're being created, enjoying them. And that particular day when I'm transcribing the lyrics, like I have to listen to it more intently to catch all the words, and like just something in that moment, like I got to really, I felt like I was really a part of that song in that moment, and that shit hurt. It really, the shit he was saying, I was there for all of that. Like, I really was there through all the trials and tribulations creating this album since 2016, since he came to New York. That song brought me back to all of our darkest moments.
Well, we hear it. We hear it. It's amazing. You know what I'm saying? It's masterful, bro. It's masterful.
Thank you. And shout out to Julio Santos, man, a close friend of mine. We met at the, I think it was the third LSD release that I did before I came out with it, pre-listening, and he was actually in the building when I recorded Numerical. He actually runs Team Cambatta, man, and I thank him and I appreciate him for everything, man. And but next, we got the next track, which is the beginning of the solar aspect of it. I want to bring in somebody special that you guys all know, or if you don't know, you will know now. Man. The God has arrived.
The God.
Red Pillar.
Red Pill.
I was waiting. I was like, shit. I'm waiting for the God. Oh man, thank you, man. Thank you.
He got drip on him.
Oh yeah, shout out to AA.
Yo, you slightly delayed, but
I'm slightly delayed.
You slightly delayed, but I'm gonna give you a 5-second pause for everything. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a 5-second pause. So, but before I go into that, first of all, I thank you. You're a very busy man. You're very successful in what you do. You're one of my biggest inspirations. You were actually the first person that I got to physically work with out here and that I met. I actually when I came to New York in 2015 in November, the first thing I did was me and Phoenix. Actually, Jay Kemp, you were there too. You were there the day I met him.
I bought a shirt
at the Brother Polite Harry the Jew debate. And
look how interesting is that? That Peter what was that Rosenberg, Harry Rosenberg, I think. And now look, look where we're at in this quote unquote time space continuum where we need another one of them to put on the grill to fry up. You know what I'm talking about? To bring some truth to our people. But yes, continue.
Yes, I was at the first. So when I first really started getting into metaphysics and knowing myself and really going beyond the stories of the Bible that were impressed on me at a young age, the first people I stumbled on was Bobby Hemmett and Phil Valentine. I remember I stumbled on Sonnetter's page, and I remember one video with Charles Hamilton, if you remember him, another freestyle guy. And you were doing your best to translate what he was trying to say. And I respect your humility and humbleness. And then later on, I get introduced to A.A. Rashid, who introduced me to the Kabbalah. And I remember he posted Zeitgeist Haze, and you reposted it on Facebook. So I knew, I was like, that's the one that I have to get in contact. And I met you, and we created Scorpion King, which introduced me to Brother Rich or Black Magic.
Black Magic.
And if you know anything about the track record, you know that both me and Red Pill worked very closely with him. And I actually did 2 albums, Holy Ghost and Holy Ghost 2, Blue, and his twin brother, the other pillar, Blue Pill, that I worked with Twin album on. He's on Holy Ghost 2 with Red Pill for the Last Breath song. Actually,
we got to do a video too ASAP.
Oh yeah, we still got videos on the way. We don't work chronologically, but this track
and on Boss Talk too, right?
Well, Boss Talk, that was just me and Rich.
Oh, that was
yeah. But as far as this track, it came together because I knew I couldn't put this album out without putting Brother Rich in at least one of the pillars on this album.
Shout out Blue Pill, he's out there.
Shout out to Blue Pill. Shout out to Blue
on
Pill.
a remix.
Because right before this, we did the Twin album, and then he moves around. He's such a industrious businessman that he's in and out of state as soon as he lands. So I remember, the only way things happen with me is off the cuff. And brother Rich came to the studio one night at like 11 o'clock. He dropped the beat off. I believe Red Pill came in later that night and dropped the verse off. And I can't plan things. People that know me know that I'm impossible to get in contact with. I don't plan. If I'm there, we're there. If you're there, you're there. And it happened as divinely and as naturally and organic as it can happen. Red Pill is the only rapper that is not me on this album. And he brought the essence of this. Easily. I didn't have to rap a word on this song. And this song marks the summer. And nobody's smoother than Red Pill. He exemplifies the Harlem essence, the Bronx essence of fashion and couture stitching. So thank you, brother.
No doubt. The honors, to make it on the album, to see you record, right? I just want the family to know that, the first record that we ever cut together was made for this. And we did it, off the energy. It wasn't planned. Nothing. First time that we met, just off of it, because when AA introduced me to you, he co-signed and he said that you was the future. And AA is a curator of arts and sciences. That's the homie. And he don't give it up to everybody. He's very, reserved with his, very selective. So when he said to pay attention to you, I paid attention. And when I met you, your energy was genuine. And I said, well, my spirit said that there's only good things that could come out of this. And the night of the lecture, we went to the stew and we plugged in and we made magic. And to be honest with you, I've stepped up my art. I've stepped up my bars. I've stepped up my structure. I watch you commit murders in the booth. I've watched you create magic. I remember you being in the booth, and I came in the booth one day like, yo, you all right, son? Like, cause you was going in. I'm like, I had to go in the booth, and I was like, you had the headphones on, you didn't hear me, but I didn't know that you was making magic. I didn't realize the process. And then when the engineer played the verse, I'm like, oh, sweat. I had no idea that's what he was doing. So to be a part of this history, because this one is going to get the Grammy, I'm honored. I'm running up on the stage, you know, acting this fool. You already know what it is.
Yes,
but let's go ahead and tap in.
Pulling out the Wraith. But yeah, this song 24 Hours is a vibe that you've never heard me on. No. Like I said, I let Red's bars do the work. I let Brother Rich Black Magic, shout out to him. You know what we make. I let him set the tone and the melody. And I went in there with an idea and I came out with that. Again, this didn't hit paper. This didn't hit notepad.
So we're master safe.
People that were in that booth know that I didn't even, that came off the cuff. There's at least 5 songs on this album that I didn't write.
Yours was off the cuff too, right?
No, not off the Cuffington. Off the iPhone. Facts, yeah.
Yeah, but the way it works is that he bars that shit. I mean, it won't take him long. Yeah.
Yeah, nah, like I heard the hook and it was in alignment. Remember, this is a continuum of Last Breath, 24 hours. This was pre-COVID. So we're dealing with morbid. We're dealing with the aspect of mortality. I'm a Scorpion, so we deal with sex and death a lot. You will see me speak, you know, on my songs. If you pay attention, I get into that a lot. So it just spoke to my soul, and we went in.
Let's get it. Let's get to it.
24 hours. 24. My one of my favorite songs.
24 hours.
Video.
All I got is 24 hours. All I got is 24 hours. Live and die in 24 hours. What is really age with the same day looping in the phase of just 24 hours. If your neighbor does more with the same 24, gotta ask yourself, what is your power? Or you living for the struggle or honor? Should've make a nigga summon forefathers. I'm just thankful that my mother brought Bada. Should've brung a double dozen more flowers. Uppers all downers, blunt of pure sour. Smoking through my last 24 hours. Same sun and moon, tug of war drama. Building terrace, look above and saw showers. I just wish I had 100 more hours. God's generous, but 24's modest. What we got a budget for? Can I borrow some of yours? Spend it quick as $24. Gone faster than my mother's warm chowder. I could feel a tender love and pure power. Here's 24, her 24, there 24, wish 24 hours. Would you trade your money for hours? Trade your hours for a couple more commas. First you see the dark and then you see the light. Then you see the day and then you see the night. I'm just narrating what I see inside. Think of my creator, I can read it right. Stumble on my path, I think I need a ride. Struggle in the sadness, bring my evil side. Swallowing my ego and I eat my pride. Fighting to the end until I see the bride. All I got is day and night. Right? Night is dark, day is light. I say good morning, then I say good night. Day and night, my only options in the game of life. Play the dice, you lose them both if you don't pay the price. Night is black and day is white, kinda racial right. Sundial, it's made of ice like a glacier might. Calibrated the way I like, count to 24-hour hand. Rotated twice, day of change tonight. Mother Nature and Father Time had a baby and they named it Christ. They only son, I hope they raise him right. Daughter told, her name is Luna, but they ain't alike when sun is down. You see her rising to her greatest height. Feel like E.T. on his flying, levitating bike. You see my shadow on the moon cause I was taking flight. Living like I made the shine. Yeah. First you see the dark and then you see the light. Then you see the day and then you see the night. I'm just narrating what I see inside. Think of my creator, I can read it right. Stumble on my path, I think I need a ride. Struggle in the sadness, bring my evil side. Swallowing my ego and I eat my pride. Fighting to the end until I see the bride.
I'll be mad if you ain't at my wake. In a race, blasting faith and some pasta mace. Throwing bricks, wrapped in mask and tape. Take me from the fifth down to Astor Place. Let me see the grin on the bass's face. I'm coming from the kin of the master race. Next to Nipsey in the master's race. I know the code, so I crack the safe. Bury me with Sadie in his casket late. And we own her, so our master's safe. Bury me in polo with a gat on waist. Victory is sweet, I need the aftertaste.
First you see the dark and then you see the light. Then you see the day and then you see the night. I'm just narrating what I see inside. Think of my creator, I can read and write. Stumble on my path, I think I need a ride. Struggle in the sadness, bring my evil side. Swallowing my ego and I eat my pride. Fighting to the end until I see the bride.
Yo, fighting to the end until I see it.
And again,
I'll be mad if you ain't at my wake. Blasting faith with some pasta mace.
Got a brick wrapped in mask and tape. I know the code, so I cracked the safe. Victory is the aftertaste.
Yeah, that's a vibe.
Woo.
That's definitely a vibe, man.
Again, another like evolving into, like you said, when you were like going from dark to light. And this track is just beautiful.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? This is somebody said it made their soul smile. Somebody said that in the comments. Like, that's real right there.
Yes, I mean it essentially encompasses the 24-hour cyclical loop that encapsulate the both day and night, the yin and the yang. And it is reassurance that even past all the darkest days, you will wake up to something bright and shiny. And to know that you have 24 hours. It is also synonymous with the late Kobe Bryant in the aspect of when you have a good day, the point is to then repeat that as many times as you can, no matter the circumstances, rain, sunshine, hail, sleet, earthquake. And the pillars represent their encoding to a degree that is so obviously divine and real that it's almost comical. It's almost like, could I literally be in a movie? How is this possible? So to have them adorn my projects is an honor, and thank you for that verse, man. And you always encompass the reality of it, like the red pill. You show people what this looks like, stepping out of the wraith. Stepping in the glory, like you mentioned, Nipsey Hussle, and the fact that he passed, and so to honor that 24 hours, you're using the code that he left behind. And when you do get buried, you hope that you leave a legacy that allows you to be buried with somebody like Dr. Sebi, which is somebody who you were under the tutelage of personally on a family level. So again, I thank you and Brother Rich for creating the soundtrack.
Yeah, shout out to Brother Rich. Well, man, both of y'all are legends. And when he said about the humility, bro, that's definitely something I agree with that wholeheartedly, man. You always find a way to be able to be clear at the same time, but you don't, you respect everybody. You respect everybody's God. You know what I'm saying? I see that all the time, the way you talk with people, man. So I appreciate that, man. You a legend, straight up. I was with that time when the same teachings, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and to see you now, you said the other day on your live, you said the money chase you, you know what I mean? And that's exactly what manifested, man. I seen the growth. I seen the growth. Inspiring.
Indeed, man. I appreciate y'all. Like I said, much success, album of the year. Let's do it. You know what I mean? I've seen you toil over the years, Cam, and I know this is your baby. Yeah. So to be here at the baby shower, to be here at the birth, I'm glad that I made it. I'm glad that I'm COVID clean.
Yes.
I'm glad that in the midst of all of the craziness that we're here. I'm glad Blue Pill is here with us, and let's.
Yeah, you brought a miracle upon.
Yeah, let's keep it.
You brought a miracle upon, right?
Huh?
Exactly. You brought didn't you bring a miracle to the world, right? Did you talk about that?
Oh, my baby.
Oh yeah, your baby, the guy.
Yeah, Omari. Yeah. April 2nd. You know what I'm talking about? The young God. I would break him out, but he's sleeping right now.
That's
But,
4-2.
you know,
4-2, which is the inverse of 2-4. So this is preordained. And
yeah.
Just let them know before we let you go what you're working on, what you got in store for them musically, texture-wise, and also where they can find you.
Yeah. So there's 2 projects that are coming out of the collaborations between me and Cambatta, and also me and a brother out of Connecticut by the name of Captain Farrow. That's my engineer, producer. And we're going to put out the first project called Red Summer 2020, the Jason months. And then the next project after that will be Scorpion King 2020, where you're featured on there on a lot of tracks. I believe it's executive produced by Cambatta. The same way.
Yeah, and it's the time that we're gonna we gotta capstone it. You know what I mean? I'm there to provide you with the foundational bricks. You build up the 32. You build up the next 31 levels. Then I come in to help you lift that golden piece on the top of it. So let's get together ASAP and make sure that these the Bibles have bindings to them.
Facts. You already. So y'all can find me on the gram. There's the handle right there, L Filthmore, and Know the Ledge Media is the YouTube channel, Melanin Mondays, Third Eye Thursdays. So love and light to the family. I'm gonna fall back and tap in with y'all, and yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Peace, bro.
Peace.
Yo, so this I'm gonna tell you right now, man. I think like the lyrics in this whole album are literary worthy. Like, yes. They could be put in a book. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just the lyrics of this album. Yeah. Especially with this next track.
Yeah, I try to achieve like you know, I realize what we're doing as rappers and wordsmiths and orators and poets. And I don't settle for less than great. I'm very hard on myself. I'm very real. I don't spread a rod in a sense. I guess I'm hard on not only myself, but the expectation of my peers, and also the output and expectation of those that we call our idols and our forefathers. And with rap being such a linguistic, vocal, I guess, word-based science, we haven't even reached the beginning of where we can go with our literary art. When you read real masterful art authors of amazing books, even the Bible, anything that was really well written, there's so many more places we could go with rap and the techniques. And I use a lot of my talent in kind of just amplifying and finding new ways to bend the mind using words, kind of like isolating the slam dunk contest in the NBA, but using that method to create a beautiful game. It's like if all the shots were dunks and every time you dribbled it was a crossover.
So you mentioned bending the mind. This next track is a track that bends the mind because it's about affirmation.
Yes.
It's about really speaking about what your mind power can do.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
And before we tell you who's on the track and we bring in the goddess that anointed this.
Yes.
I'd like to add that this is the third, I guess, grand deification that I made on this album. We had Nigger Christ, we had Mike L. Jackson, and then we had Nigger Tesla. And these are obviously three very noteworthy and great minds and I guess exhibitors of the power of God and kind of that ability to obtain that flow state. So obviously we have the story of Christ. We have the modern story of Michael Jackson, who did it in an artistic sense. And then we have Nigger Tesla, the black melanated version of the famous genius whose namesake is responsible for the electric cars we see today. And he's also responsible for the AC alternating current, which we use in our households for also he invented Wi-Fi, and he predicted basically every technological singularity that we are about to experience. So, but in order to do this, I had to recruit some very important mutants to help me, I guess, construct this. And to do that, I had E-Bass, Nick, and of course, Songbird. So let's bring in Songbird.
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 Listen. Your voice. Oh, I can't hear. Hold on. We can't hear.
Yo, we gotta hear you. We gotta hear that voice. I can't hear you clear.
Hold up.
Helen Keller, we can hardly see you and we can't hear you. Oh shit.
It's not muted, right? Hold up. We can see you good.
I still can't hear
you.
Yeah, you can't hear.
Hold up. Let's see. All right, she might, but yeah, she'll be back. She'll be back. Do we want to go into the track?
Yeah, let's wait for her.
We'll wait for her. All right.
She has to adorn this.
Yeah, true indeed. Because her voice. There she goes.
Did you press enable microphone? When you got the app, you got to enable microphone. Look at the screen, see if there's any mute signs. Maybe we could call her at the same time and put her on speakerphone.
Cool. Yeah. Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. Shout out to everybody staying with us. This album is crazy. Let's see if she comes back though. She's trying.
Yeah, but that's why we're gonna just go straight into the song. We're gonna go straight into the song. Nigger Tesla, this is a very important track. Phoenix, E-Bass, Eddie Deuce, a lot of people that hear this believe that this will be the favorite song on the album.
Yeah, it's definitely in my top 3.
Yeah, and in case you don't know, E-Bass is a bassist. You know, he's a producer engineer, but he plays the bass, and he's the bass line responsible for half a Blueprint by Jay-Z, the Renegade, the bass line, and all
he's on the bass line for Renegade?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
All Rockaware, New Suit. Like, yo, I'm talking about shit. Oh, yo, bro, listen, E-Bass is one of the greatest bass players in hip hop history. And he made this beat alongside Nick. Shout out to Heretic for inspiring the sample. Peace.
That's good.
Black Tesla, first name Niggerla, wizard us, gifted magician you get to live amongst. They say indigenous knowledge is from the visitors, when really we just tapping in algorithms from within us. Hidden from getting clutched by the wicked ones. I'm the only physician it's not forbidden from. Paulo Coelho's literature's living syllabus is synchronous. I sit on the treasure before I dig it up. Right into my back hunched over like spina bifida. Calligrapher when writing Leviticus, I was in a rush. Feel epiphanies tickling in my viscera. Mythical cinema with non-fiction insignia. I'll invent an artificial brain so close to mine it's arguably the same. I'll invent a sound modulator that can stop it when it rains, and a magnet that can shift how astronomy's arranged. The other day while getting high on the couch, I invented a water filter that takes hydrogen out. The CIA surrounded every side of my house. They heard I got the hidden secrets to what life is about. I'ma gather all the brightest mechanical engineers and convince them to build me a super telescope. With this telescope, I can debunk every astronomical ideology ever spoke. NASA wanna peek, I'ma tell them nope. SpaceX wanna look, I'ma send them quotes. Free viewing for the woke and ascended folks. Rewrite every science book ever wrote. Black Nigger Tesla, greatest of the non-living inventors. Thomas Edison was just a wicked embezzler, and Benjamin Franklin's a sick kitty molester. They call me Nigger Tesla. Never am I witnessed in a physical venture, only as a hologram in digital lectures. But even when you hidden, the reptilians catch you. Pocket knife crafted with Damascus steel. Watch how easily I skin a gator like an apple peel. My IQ will lead you to believe that my daddy used to microdose acid in my Happy Meal. Light blunts with the fire that be blasting out the back of a Batmobile. I actually have for real. I'm currently blueprinting a watch that does more than just ticking and talks. It creates a force field that's resistant to the pistol and Glocks. You can safely talk shit to the cops. I giggle at shots. I'll invent a form of corn on the cob, so you'll never need more than you got. Swallow kernels whole, shit 'em out, stick 'em right back on the cob. Rinse it off, having one is an unlimited crop. You better give me my props. I might be the most innovative nigga we got. I can hand carve a whistle from rock that can make a sound in a pitch that can lift up a yacht. The fabric in my new cloth can wipe the soles of your shoes off and make them smooth enough that anyone can moonwalk. Just had a new thought, never seen a pig fly. I should put cybertronic wings on a huge hog. Tell your wife I got a tampon that vibrates. I'll make a bottle of wine from one dry grape. My iPhone battery lasts 9 days. I see music in tetrahedrons and sine waves. I use words as joysticks for mind games. My spirit is so much older than my brain. Best invention since record players. It's called a quantum synthetic voice replicator. Speech emulator. This ain't even me speaking, but I'm synthesized so well that I was never greater. I coded it as a 7th grader. The prototype was designed with the same tech as Vader's. Creativity is second nature. I used to blow up shit in my yard and upset the neighbors. Experiments in the basement and held the deadly vapors. Solar's easy made a lunar electric generator. Mom asked God for a prophet when she said her prayers. She was pregnant 7 seconds later. She named me Nigger Tesla. My theorems give the sharpest mathematician's dementia. I see reality before the image can render. Squinting my retina, vision bigger than Kepler's. They call me Nigger Tesla. The biggest ideas need an even bigger investor. My current fee is set at $1 billion an hour for encrypted voice chat. Each additional minute is extra. The name's Nigger Tesla. My newest device drops next middle December. Presenting you a pain-free midget extender. Make a fat dwarf tall, skinny, and slender. When I'm whipping a Tesla, multiple rhymes, I'm a 12-syllable stretcher. Ghost in my mind like a self-inner Alexa. Woke up inside cyber realms, mythical sectors. Not your typical Tesla. Put a rocket engine on a miniature Vespa. Digit collector, rare critter protector. The beetle key is the levitation gift of the Kepra.
Reality is, the earth is yours, so don't let your inner power unfold. Reality is, the only real access we have is our own mind. Reality is, it's more than energy. Reality is inside the physicality. Reality is, now that you're waking up, we're here to let you know it's your time. Reality is, we made everything. Reality is all around us. Reality is, we made everything. Reality is all around us. Reality is, we made everything. Reality is all around us. Reality is, we made everything. Reality is all around us. Reality is Tara, I'm in nothing.
Woo! Bruh.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's bring the queen in right now.
Songbird.
Hey y'all, what's
Songbird.
up? Can you hear me
There
now?
she is.
Yay.
That's the
Yes,
legendary voice.
yes.
First of all, let me give you a proper introduction.
Yes.
Then I'll let Jay Kemp talk,
Okay.
and then we need you to let the world know who you are. Finally,
Yeah.
people can put a face to the voice. I met you. I met you much before I knew I met you. Met you at a lecture, but then I met you in person and physical to my, I guess, my full consciousness at the Shaka Zulu video shoot. You and E-Bass, who actually played the bass on this, and we immediately started working, and I mean, you're not only a teacher, a mentor, a leader, somebody I look up to sonically and vocally, and, but you are also equally eager to learn, and you are very easy to work with, and to work with somebody that can help you, I guess, paint the picture. When you're allowing somebody to do your work with you and scope with you, you only hope that they share the same intention and the same goal and vision in mind, and you are like water. You are exactly a songbird, able to emulate any tone within the spectrum of octave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
thank you. As I love working with you. You know,
yes.
how we get in the booth and we just start writing, we just start talking, and we just start creating. So I have a great time every time I'm in the studio with you.
Yes, thank you.
Your voice was beautiful. It was straight affirmations. I played it over and over because
thank you very much, Jay. Thank you.
Really what it's tied to, the whole song is reprogramming the brain.
Yeah.
Is really knowing that you are, you know what I'm saying? You really can do whatever you want to do.
Impossible is impossible.
Yeah. Can you break down that hook though?
So first off, this song, before I get to that, Songbird is actually the background vocals on the song that I did called Spellbound on Holy Ghost 2. And in that you got to hear her aura, her vocal aura, but you didn't get to hear her speak. And what you were hearing in her singing was her writing. That's what she wrote with her mind, and she guided that melody and surprised me with it. I didn't even know they were working on it when they worked on it. And E-Bass and you guys made that song you brought it from a story into a fairy tale.
Yes.
You gave it the sprinkles and the dazzling garnishes. So this song, what was your question?
I wanted you to go through the hook.
Yes.
Of that and the way you flipped that.
Yes. So as I did on Michael Jackson, I essentially, I guess, symbiotically related the rhymes that come in Nigger Tesla or Nikola Tesla. You'll see I volley back and forth. The Nigger Tesla is just like the polarity that you see in Nigger Christ, is that it goes into the ignorance to the enlightenment, from the dark to the light, from the white to the black, from the evil to the good. And Nigger Tesla represents also the same factors, where you get the Nigger, which is the black, quote unquote, ignorant ghetto one, and then you get Tesla, which is the renowned innovator and genius.
Right.
So this is me creating a hypothetical or hyperbolic adaptation of what I would invent if I had the means to express myself like Nigger Tesla. And most of my inventions are original ideas that, I just comically might put together in a day. Like, what if I invented this? Or, the other day I was realized, and this is copywritten, by the way, that your waist or the waist in your body is also spelled like waste. And it's kind of funny because your waist is a position where your ass is, where you make waste, but they're spelled different. So, and then I imagine a waste basket. So imagine a basket that ties around your waist, and it's conveniently a waste basket for waste at your waist. So when mama's cooking in the kitchen, you're tired of having to walk over to the garbage pan. Introducing the waste basket. And that's what Nigger Tesla is, but I did it in a way to where it's also scholarly, it's also enriching, it also enhances the listener, and it gives people who struggle in life, who maybe weren't born with everything handed to them.
And it's the owning of your power too, because the process of your album that you've been talking about is going from dark to light.
Yes,
this is the song that owns that power. Like, I was struggling, I dealt with owning my flaws, and now I'm owning what my power actually is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then Songbird, you come through with the I just gotta come to affirmation, things that you can that you're
Yeah,
repeating
it
over
definitely
and
was
over.
an affirmation for me as well. It was like a prayer. Like at the end when I called out certain deities and gods, I was thinking in that frame of like in my own life about when I remember being in my dark stage and now coming through to being where I am now. You know.
Do you remember your lyrics from that you wrote?
We made everything all around us. Reality is we made everything all around us. I gotta sing it. Reality is we made everything all around us. Reality is we made everything all around us. Like I was thinking about us being like who we are, you know, people, you know, I was thinking about my reality, you know, and at the end of it, it was an affirmation and a prayer to myself for my own life, you know. So my mind is racing, so forgive me, but that's really what I was doing. I was creating an affirmation.
I felt that. I think everybody did. It was a beautiful song.
And the transition, it took you from somewhere mental to somewhere spiritual. And resonates, and it's beautiful. I was thinking to my unborn child as he's brewing in the womb process. When that happens, you know, I didn't want to lose anything, but not that they're bad, because humans have to get born at some point. But the point is that it's so versatile, it's so simple yet deep. It's effective in your communication, and that's what singing is about. It's you have a folk aspect about it. You have a singing style that's not overbearing, and it translates and it segues the message in a very I guess in a very heavenly way.
I wanna just make mention real quick. We got 5 minutes until the God's birth, the born day, the solar return. All right, 5 minutes.
Wait, say that again. It's breaking up.
We got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the born day. To the bottom's born day.
To the bottom.
Yes. Happy birthday.
33.
Happy solar return.
This is a big moment right here. Big moment. And you can get this everywhere. And in 5 minutes, they're going to be able to go and get this everywhere, right?
Yes.
All platforms.
It's already on Bandcamp. Shout out to Mellow Music. Shout out to Mike.
Love y'all.
Again, thank you, Songbird. Actually, I would love for you to stay in the background because you're on a couple more songs.
I'll be here. I've been on the whole time.
Yeah. So just
you gotta bring your birthday in, right? My birthday was just last month, so I'm still celebrating. So now we gotta bring your birthday.
Okay. Yes. We still gotta celebrate with
and Bacon's birthday too. His birthday was last week. So
yes. Happy return. We're all
my birthday was on the 22nd.
Thriving and surviving.
Oh really? Happy belated.
Yeah.
Happy belated. All right, I'll be here, y'all.
Yeah. So the next show, what we got
the next track? Oh man,
my God.
Yes.
For the next joint.
Oh my goodness.
Shout out to Kyle Otto in Ohio.
Oh, my goodness.
I recorded this the same day I recorded Scale of Anubis. You know that I'm one thing that you can expect from me, and that you can I guess rest assured is that as far as my output, I will always try to attempt to do something that's never been done. It's like when Tony Hawk did the 900, or when Dr. J jumped from the free throw line. It's like if I'm in that contest, you know that I'm gonna try to pull. Last time I pulled a rabbit out this hat, out the hat. This time I'm gonna pull a hat out the rabbit that has another rabbit in that. You know what I mean? That's wearing a hat like this. You know what I mean? And then be like, yo, look in your pocket. And then you have the rabbit. And then I'm like, look under that rabbit. And then that rabbit gives birth to another rabbit. To a rubber rabbit. To another rabbit. And that rabbit is playing with one of those rabbit vibrators that you buy. So this is I'm relentless. Like in my approach.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Everywhere. Listen, let's get into it.
This right here, I'm gonna warn you. This is the first time you've ever heard anything like this. Grand number theorem. It's GNT chapter 1, verse 1, meaning there will be more of this. This is a new doctrine. This is a new theorem. This is a new way to look at numbers. This is going to change your life. It's going to change the way that you look at math and numbers and life. And when you show it to your children, this will take an autistic baby into a walking, talking, a chipper Stephen Hawking without the chip. This is what we're talking about.
Won't be a
We're talking about Kobe with Dave. You know?
Let's get into it. Look.
Most loners are alone, I feel all one. Not half a one, a whole where the half is from. A whole is but a circle, which is actually none. I'll go back to one, before two, 4-2, 42, fortitude, atom, then it's 6 atoms. 4 and 2's 8, infinity went vertical. 0 with a twist, like a Taurus or a Mobius strip. It's the holy of the holy glyphs. Number 9 is a 1 with his nose on his dick. Number 2 is synonymous with more than just shit. Duality when the polar is split. Cross suns, your solar eclipse. Devil 18s that know the 3-6. Deep thesis. The 0 is an egg with the capacity of hatching to any fraction. Imagine in your brain. I'm doing numbers. I'm doing numbers. I'm doing numbers. My mathematics forcing you to wonder. Yeah, I'm doing numbers. I'm doing numbers. Yeah, I'm doing numbers. My mathematics forcing you to wonder. Number 1 is depicted with a straight line. The quickest way to travel within space-time. Number 2 is a 1 on his knees praying. To itself, 1's a capital I. Number 3 is like an open set of handcuffs. Trial tried M8 when clamped up. Uppercase Q is a 0 when it's pissing. Lowercase q is a 9 when it stands up. Letters are just numbers, and words are like algebra formulas that your brain processes to make colors. Atoms are just pixels, and DNA's coding that's activated by light and then crystallizes within you. 64 codons, 6 plus 4 like the bits in my Nintendo I play Mario on. 10 said 1 merry, oh numericals. 11's 1 in the mirror, do merry go round like the sun do. Time starts with the 1, ends with the 1, 2, or 12. Slow down to 12's what I run to. Forward like the word for, the whole in 1, 2, like 3 4's. Number of disciples of the King, Lord figures that I bring forth. 5 like the points in the pentagram. You flip it, the image is co-headed man. Baphomet, supreme 5 power, yes, the balance between Ra and Set. Ra, Set, reset, God in flesh. 5 letters when Allah is text. 5 fingers, 5 toes, and they all in set. Like 2 arms, 2 legs, head star when they all are stretched. I guess you could say I'm obsessed, counting down to my conscious death. Bless. I'm doing numbers. I'm doing numbers. Yeah, I'm doing numbers. My mathematics forcing you to wonder. Yeah, I'm doing numbers. Sure, I'm doing numbers. Yeah, I'm doing numbers. My mathematics forcing you to wonder. When I think about what numbers are, my brain gets numbers are. 1, solo, soul, Latin for sun and star. The sum of your birth numbers is what you are. My social security is a VIN number. My body is a running car. Bun, base organism. My dimension is the 4th edition. 444, I be portal shifting. I measure time with the silence before the ticking. I'm the first before the second, before the minute. You don't get it when I fidget with these digits. I'm too cold with numbers, frigid. Numb birth, labor with the painkillers. I'm a prescription, listen. 6 is sex, 6 is legs, which insect steps. Sick like incest, sin. Inception of the 6th sense. Incense, 6 sensations. Scarred like a sensation. 3rd rock finish, only 6 days in. Rested on the 7th like a sick day in. Days in. Room I predict days in. A little acid out the big basin. I took the trip that shifts Majins. UCC, IC27s, a triangle's a 7 in reflection. According to my middle school calculator, 7,734,206 people will go to hell. Whoever coded this reality wrote it well. 1 is a phallus, 0 is a yoni. They made 8 kids and the family is growing. Shit. Doing numbers.
Woo. Yo.
I mean, I don't know how to react without seeming pompous and like an asshole. Like I wish I could just like this stuff.
Do you understand why? Like, so whoever quoted this reality wrote it well. Like there's so many lines, so many bars. I don't even know where to start with that.
Yes.
That's
Thank you, Charles Martinez, man. Thank you, brother.
That piece. That's a masterpiece. That's not rap. You can't call that rap.
It's a codex.
It's a code.
And by me rhyming such profound, I guess, poetic discovery that happens to have real and I guess real significance in its application to, you know, math and science, and what I'm pulling from it is true on a level, not only sonically, I guess on a metaphorical sense, but it actually makes sense. When I said 5 like points in a pentagram, you flip it, the image is goat-headed man. So when you flip over a star, it appears like a goat head. I said supreme math, supreme math to the number 5 is power. You know, so Raset, reset, God in flesh. 5 letters when Allah is text. So, you know, you got your 5 hands, you got the 5 letters that create Allah. 2 arms, 2 legs, head, and you are literally the Vitruvian man is a 5-pointed star. So when I'm giving these numbers their actual meaning, I also say UCZ. I see 2 7s. I mean, look at a 7 and realize that it's an upright 7, and then it's a flipped over 7, and it's slid in to fit in perfectly. And then a triangle, which the Trinity is comprised of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So you have 2 7s or 2 gods creating a baby. Because of that, 2 7s, a triangle pointed down like the yoni is a 7 in the mirror. When you look at it, it's like that's a 7 and that's a 7, and it's looking in the mirror. And once that 7, that God finds its reflection, that's when it creates the 3rd, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I guess that would give, you know, it would mean that Holy Spirit represents the feminine force, I guess the serpentine fluidity, the water-like essence of the waters that make the womb. And so this song right here is, I said, most people are alone. I feel all one. So that right there, I'm taking the spelling of alone, A-L-O-N-E, and I'm saying alone is also all one. Because if there was only one man on earth, that would be the equivalent of all the men on earth, if we were talking about the value of his consciousness at that point. Because the consciousness we are experiencing right now has been fragmented and split up between billions of people. So the concentration of 7 billion souls into one is that person that feels alone on earth is actually all one. And when you're by yourself and you're the only person that's there to cast out and don't die, cast out, that means that the miracles you experience are yours. There's nobody there to see them or experience them or doubt them. So most people say alone, I see all one. Not half of one, the whole where the half is from. So a whole is also a void as much as it's the completion. So not half of one, a whole where a half is from. A whole is but a circle, which is actually none. So a nun is a woman who doesn't conceive. That's why she's of none, which is also synonymous with the nun. Then if you look at the word nun, it's like non, which has the cipher right in the center there. So in this song, I mean, I said number 3 is like an open set of handcuffs, right? And then you go to trial, and when you're tried, you become an inmate, which is spelled I'm 8. And the handcuffs, when they're closed, make an 8 shape, the number 8 shape. Don't ask me why. I said whoever coded this reality wrote it well. Basically, you remember, according to my middle school calculator, 7,734,604 people will go to hell. When you write "go to hell" on the calculator, that's the number equivalent to how you write "go to hell" on the calculator using only the numbers between 0 and 9, which are the only numbers, because every other number is just the multiplied aspect of that. So that's why I said the 1 is a phallus, 0 is a yoni. They made 8 kids in a family as well, because even though there's 9, the first is the dad, the nun or the mom. The nun will be the virgin or the man that create the 2. Then that creates the 3, and it goes to 9, where the 1 and 1 repeat, and then you get the 1, 1. Then you get the pillars. Then you get the 12. You get the disciples. Then you get the baker's dozen. You get the 13, which is the restart. That's where Christ transitions at the 13th level, because obviously he dies on that 3rd level, but then he ascends beyond that. We're talking science here.
Yo,
I don't have books.
Yo,
I don't have
listen.
books. Give me the words.
Yo,
I take it directly from the words.
Every single time you drop something, I'm like, if you can't, how do you go even further?
Mm-hmm.
You go even further with every piece of work that you put out.
It's infinite.
It's infinite. Like this right, and you would say that this still isn't even what you really would say is.
Yes.
Like you say, this is nothing.
I would say I'm at 60%. I'm at 60% on it. I remember last time you asked me, I was always on 40%. I would say the past 4 years, definitely like this. I'm seriously working in exhaustion and drilling rhyme sequences so much that they become a part of the way my mind works in the daily. It's like purposely hypnotizing yourself into an obsessive compulsive loop of literally rhyming everything syllabically, flipping every word inside out, pulling everything I can out of it, and then just giving myself the amount of time and having a ritual that I guess supports that level of brain work, because it's very hard to sit down and create a thought from nowhere that hasn't been thought or hasn't been said. So, but I have found a key. I acknowledge that the universe is infinite. And when you are water, just like in astrology sign, there are infinite containers. And so if I do not have form, I have infinite ways of becoming form if I adapt to whatever I'm put in. So and once I run out of my own stories, I will then tell everybody else's story. And then once I run out of their stories, I'll create new ones out of thin air. So I'll do this until I die. And that's why Grand Number Theory is verse 1, volume 1. People have been hearing me do this for years. People have heard Eminem for years. People have heard Jay-Z for years and Cannabis for years. Yet they are still the only one of them.
There is only one bottom. And I'm going to tell you right now, nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever penned what you did. That's master.
Thank you,
master. Master.
Yo, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody wishing me a happy birthday. I am now, I guess, technically, I am within the window of turning 33. Technically, that happened between 7:05 and 7:15 a.m. is when I actually exited the womb. But I think at this time, my mom was screaming on the table, dilating, probably around 7 or 8 centimeters, screaming. Hopefully, she wasn't taking too much drugs. I think at this point, they realized that my intestines was wrapped around my head, my neck, and it was suffocating me. To which point, they used forceps to remove me from the womb, and to which we didn't get to sue, but it rendered me blind. When I was born into this world, I was blind for the first 2 weeks to 3 weeks of my life. My mom said that a Caribbean nurse laid hands on me and did a prayer on me, and my eye vision was restored. Obviously, I do wear glasses. My glasses were broken and failed a lot of attempts to try to lie, but they didn't get anything from me. I survived. And this happened in Brooklyn.
by a young black man, but I still do not look at a young black man as criminals. I understand. But he didn't get anything, and he should be very embarrassed for himself. There's actually two, and we yielded sticks and red flames at me. And in the midst of him trying to get out my money, I put it back in my pocket. I settled myself, squared up with the kid, he started running, ran out to my left. A fucking kid with a bed frame comes after me, block it with my fucking arm. Then the other kid runs to the trash and he gets a fucking mop. And I mean, it's I don't even know how I got to that, but all I'm saying is that I'm so thankful that I'm here, because little moments like that, if that guy had a gun, I wouldn't be here. And that 33rd prophecy might be kind of true. So thankfully, I am still alive. I still have 24 hours to, I guess surpass the age of the mighty Christ. And not that I put myself in his shoes, but I would say yes, right? And in that 24 hours, I have to decide whether or not I'm going to take that righteous path or well and precedence and repeat this. Yes,
you're the first shaman of hip hop.
I would say the first one that has had extremely, I know for a fact that I've had shattered ego situations, that the fact that I still have a consistent consciousness is a miracle. I've shattered my mind, and because of that, I think I am a real shaman.
No, I believe that.
Yeah, and I possess a skill and a gift in language that can properly add description and color to the unseen. It is my gift to I guess go to the land beyond and then come back. And even though I don't have any pencils or many artifacts in the physical to show you, I came together with a pencil that can give you some I guess fragment of what it's like on the other side. Yeah, that's what I say.
Yo, it's an honor.
Thank you.
Listen, this next track, all right, which is produced by Du Polo, and I heard this years ago. Years ago, I heard this track, and it was on repeat all the time. And then I ended up hearing it on the day that he passed.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? When Nick's leaked it to, you know what I mean? And listen, bro, I don't understand again how you even tapped into Michael Jackson in this way. You know what I mean? But I really do feel he channeled.
Yes. I mean, before I even go to that, shout out to Sway Mendez. Shout out to MCD 4MPV. Thank you.
Somebody else.
Eileen. Also, if you can donate to the Cash App. Shout out to Eileen Martinez and Charles Martinez. So how's the sound, guys?
This is it.
How's the sound, guys? Basically,
this is it. Yo. This album is it.
Yeah. Actually, last night I watched Moonwalker, the movie, is anthology again, and I couldn't help but cry, especially when I saw Michael Jackson as a kid. To see such genius, such innocent genius, and the beauty. I mean, it's hard for me to collect myself when I see that, because the impact that dude had on my life, and he was definitely the greatest performer I've ever seen, and he encompassed everything just like a Christ would, because we tend to only have good connotation when it comes to prophets, but like you said earlier, a saint that didn't sin had nothing to picture about, and Michael Jackson was a direct walking metaphor of exactly the psychosis of man. He went from white to black, exhibiting the racial tension. He changed the structure of his body from being just naturally alpha and masculine to something that was more feminine and curvy and I guess less and androgynous. He changed his hair. He basically used not only the miracles of science but of earth to prove that all of the insecurities of man, when attempted to be changed, looks like this before your eyes. And this is literally what happens when you are inflicted with all the world's attention, because most people are maybe only held in the mind and active consciousness of a couple people at a time. At any given moment, maybe one or two people are thinking about you. But when you're a superstar of worldwide epic proportion, like Michael Jackson did, at any given moment, there's a million people thinking about him at that moment. And to think that that doesn't have an effect on your consciousness goes against all the laws of science. When you have that much attention, psychically, physically, visually, sonically, on one being,
you're absorbing everything they're putting out to you. And they're taking everything from you.
And they're also contributing because it's just like the brightest light. The brightest street light is going to attract the most mosquitoes and moths. And because of the timing to where he was a superstar, he'll probably be the biggest superstar ever. Because communication required a lot more money and a lot more effort back then, and you would have to sustain face longer because it took longer to get around the world.
Right.
So Michael Jackson was definitely a pillar and an example. And what I did with the rhyme scheme is I used the rhymes in his name, the syllabic rhyme scheme, as well as the events of his life, as well as the hyperbolic observation and, I guess, mythos of how his voice is. So I not only go to realistic events in chronological order, but I also add spin and I add color to his miracles. Just like when we talk about Jesus Christ walking on water, turning water to wine, that could have been a metaphor for him, literally showing that you can make a boat. He showed, or he showed that, maybe that water can freeze. Maybe they were in a part of Africa that they'd never seen ice. And he showed them that water can become solid and you can walk on water. But when we hear a guy walking on water, this is because of course we know the symbolism in the Christ being God, and the walking on water is the aspect of the reflection, dancing on the surface of the water. But if there was a real person, which out of billions and billions of life and dead people, it's probably somebody who got it close, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And when I speak of his miracles, the way he spins,
if they happen today, with what Michael is, it wouldn't even be perceived as it was back then.
No, it won't be as magical.
It would be because we always have logic take over spirit. You know what I'm saying?
Once science can justify it, it ceases to be magical. The problem is we're so clever, we can create a mathematical theorem out of anywhere to justify anything.
And that is the magic.
We just put a name on it, and we made it visual, and we made it linear. But for those who haven't heard Michael Jackson, this is one of my greatest pieces. And for those who have heard it, please take this moment to listen to it as if you haven't heard it, and enjoy this moment with me. And please share this with everybody. Like we said, we haven't put $1 into this. Shout out to Sensei Blaze for this imagery. We also added, Mises Nice 4466. Thank you. Thank you, Cesar Castro. And thank you, D Polo, for this beat. Thank you. I actually recorded this song for the first time after my grandma's funeral.
I remember that.
Yes, I recorded this song for the first time after my grandma's funeral. And the person who brought me to the session was one of the guys who initially discovered Jordan Lucas. Whoa. You want a rabbit hole? 24 carats in the rabbit hole.
That's a whole. Let's get into it.
Yeah. Michael Jackson.
Am I white? Am I black? Shimon. My name is Michael Jackson. Perfect mix of white and black skin. Nose carved by the finest craftsmen. Moonwalk across ice and aspen. Modern Christ and Nazareth. Beyond anything the mind imagine. I look like Michael Jackson. Golden shoulder pads on shiny jackets. Diamond brightling blinding when the lights are flashing. Wild fashion matching. Back when, remember the time was platinum. Like Aladdin when his wife is Jasmine. She look like Michael Jackson. Are these bones in my face or some type of plastic? I named my son Blanket, cause when he was born, that's what he was tightly wrapped in. Stories never end and I feel like Sebastian. Or more like Michael Jackson. Man's body that the child's trapped in. Instead of playing, it's most likely practice. Joseph hit me with a violent thrashing. Work us like we addicts, spirit stifle stagnant. Daddy, I ain't faggot. I give a kid a hug, people think I'm trying to grab him, call it pedophile's actions. I'm just Michael Jackson. Asexual, inside retracted. Suppressed libido shifts to high mind synaptics. Space-time collapsing, spinning like a cyclone. Twisting like a spiral traveling, till I'm not spinning like a dreidel to a righteous Catholic. Jehovah's Witness on the night of Sabbath. I'm a magnet to divine attraction. Expressing rhythm with a primal passion. Dancing in the silent blackness. Stepping in formation with the tribal patterns. Guided by this valley of denial magic. I follow shadows, sundials casting. I think I'm Michael Jackson, the one that MK Ultra spiked with acid. To the night of homicidal passage. I'm not a DJ, but I was still breathing in a body bag, clawing fingers, vinyl scratching. To the sounds of Michael Jackson, I strike a matchstick in the driest cabin. Fire blasting, I'm Spyro the tiny dragon. Burn this entire labyrinth and hide the ashes. I write Michael Jackson in bold underline italics. Uppercase subtitled captions. Mikael, which means who is like God when defined in Latin. Deeper than the cytoplasmics, quite elaborate. Watching movies in my mind make my eyelids spasm. If you could read my mind, you'd hear a psycho laughing. Backyard got a lion and a tiger napping. Roller coaster 2, keep your seatbelts tightly fastened. Metaphor for the life I'm having. After a day of brain surgery, I enhance my third eye with glasses. I've discovered what your science hasn't. Divide a fraction to a final fragment. The universe is a uterus having wide contractions. I found a pen and the Bible happened. I signed it Michael Jackson. Media stressing, need a spinal tapping. They killed me and Prince. Whenever lightning happens, it's the titans clashing. Crotch tightly grabbing, ladies passing out. Got them falling like Mike Tyson jabbed them. Lisa Presley and Naomi Campbell tried to have them, but I denied their passes. Best womb is the test tube. Million other Michael Jacksons aborted inside their napkins. I cry every time it happens. They call me Michael Jackin. My doctor was a trifling bastard. He's the reason why I'm relapsing. Forever I'm relaxing. I didn't get to say bye to Catherine. Michael Jackson. From the darkness, Michael Blackson. From the pipe, Michael Crackson. From the music, Michael Jackson. Son.
Richard Carbone.
So hold up.
Yeah, it goes deep.
I wish we could have went back to that. I wish we could have. All right, we're just gonna start from that line. I'm not my dad's son.
So the last line in the track, I haven't seen anybody able to decode what this means. So earlier in the song, I said, Joseph hit me with a violent thrash and work us like we had experience stifle stagnant. Daddy, I ain't faggot. So most people that know Michael Jackson's story, again with the Michaels, the Mikaels, the archangels. Michael Jackson's father's name is Joseph, Joe Jackson. Now when we go back to Nigger Christ, when we go back to Jesus, what was Jesus' father's name? Or what was his dad's name? Who was the male figure that was his stepdad? His name was Joseph, but that wasn't his dad. No. God is his dad. Joseph is the man. God is his father. Joseph was the dad.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Because she did go
Yes.
away for a minute.
Yes. Yes.
You know what I mean? But
Yes.
you did say earlier, for you, there's no record of your dad.
So my father's name is also Michael. My name is Cameron Michael Richard Carbone. So my father was Michael Richard Carbone, which is carbon or black. And he was adopted by Italians. He was found when he was about 2 years old, you know, sexually mutilated and abandoned. There was no real record of his birth. They said he was found in Canada and Native American reservation. You know, where they don't have like, you know, appropriate medical facilities. Narragansett tribe. So they, you know, they probably don't even have really good adoption agents. Who knows where he was left? Like, it's such a mystery in my life who this man is. So all I have is his legend. And my whole life, my mom spoke only good of him. And everybody that knew him, he was so young when he had me. He was 20, my mom was 26. He was very physically built. He was very physically talented. He was a carpenter. Just like Jesus was. When you look at his face, I'll post a picture if you haven't seen it. His look is very I forget the word for it, but it's you can't really discern what it is. It's he has there's a really good word for it. But he blends in. You don't know if he's Hispanic, Native American, a mulatto.
He's just
like
universal.
Yeah, his face looks like you know, you might have found him in the jungle somewhere. But he has very prominent like features, and like all I've ever heard was like subhuman stories about him that gave me hope as a kid, and it gave me confidence because I'm like, if I have this guy's gene and he was doing all this crazy shit, then that means that I can do it too. And you know, my mom never built bad-mouthed him. He was a very comical guy, obviously extremely whimsical and clever because I guess my artistic side comes from my mother. However, I share a different aspect of functional intellect than anybody else in my family. So it's safe to say that I inherited that aspect of my mind from my father. So I know.
So this whole track,
yeah,
it's still connected from Michael to also either.
Yes, and especially with Michael Jackson being for a lot of people I guess the template or the archetype, you know, performer and like God, you know, I mean, like you want to be able to get on the stage and be like Michael Jackson. Everybody that came after him is either a clone of Prince or Michael Jackson. They know what Michael Jackson's babies are.
And real quick, the bar, Mikael,
which is who is like God in defined in Latin.
Yeah.
It just so happens that Michael Jackson rhymes with defined in Latin, and you know, Mikael, you know, is a biblical name. A very, very popular name, and it seems like anybody that's associated with that name reaches greatness quick. Actually, my business partner Phoenix that you hear me talk about, name is very appropriate. This man is a genius, and he's a very giving, very very Christ-like figure in his life. He follows a very naturally innate righteous path with no effort. He just wakes up and he is, and his name is Michael. And then the guy who gave me the record deal for Mellow Music, his name is Michael O'Toole. Michael the Tool, the carpenter, the tool, right? Now my father Michael was killed in Tucson, Arizona. Guess where Michael in the Mellow Music group record label is? Tucson, Arizona. So you know, my father is speaking to me. Why? He has no other family and he has no other kids. I'm the only place he has to go. I'm the only person calling for him. And I believe that I believe that wholeheartedly, and it gives me super power. It gives me superhuman strength.
Yo, shout out to Joe Lonero.
Thank you, brother. Wow, thank you, brother. Bro. You just bought Papa a brand new bag.
You know what you're doing right now, man. For a lot of brothers, we dealing with that in society. We dealing with our father issues, our inner child issues, and things of that nature. There needs to be a way to be able to address that in the most palatable way for an alpha.
Yeah,
you feel me?
And it is music because of the vicarious aspect of if you can memorize it and if you know what I'm talking about, you don't have my face, you just have my words, and those become your words. And as you say them, it's your mantra. You own what I'm saying.
Because you're being your best.
Yeah.
Anytime you are your best, That's the person, and you're not telling nobody to tailor the way you do it. You just exemplify that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Which is always going to allow somebody to do that vicariously. This album is exactly that. It pulls you into some things that you address.
Yes.
In your way. It's almost therapeutic. It is therapeutic.
Yeah. It can be done with no money. It can be done with no fans. It can be done with no. I started off slow, broke, came to New York $5. Anybody that knows me knows that when you see me, I look like I might have just woke up on a bench somewhere. There's no attention to detail. I am the absolute opposite of a pretty boy. I literally only care about getting to the bars eventually, and whatever comes in between that. So Michael Jackson, the last thing I'll say about this before we get to the next song is when I spoke of this mythos, I decorated in a way that I was able to isolate the good things about him and kind of change and shift the things that are bad about him. That way I can only raise the best parts of him, because everything that he allegedly did as a pedophile or as a pervert, I mean, even the things that we say were very questionable. However, if he is a Messiah, wouldn't a Messiah have a close relationship with kids?
And the thing is that if you're gonna be on that level, you gotta understand, man, that's nobody's held at no standard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody is capable of all of that.
Exactly.
It just so happens he got filmed.
Yeah, yeah. And
a lot of people are not getting filmed.
Yeah,
and creeps.
Exactly. And just like with R. Kelly, it seems like your greatest levels of talent are the ones who attract the most angels and attract the most demons.
Yes.
And just like in MMA or any sport, the ones who win the most fantastically also lose in the most devastating fashion as well. So of course he was able to achieve the greatest on the greatest side of things, but he also toyed with the devil. It seems like the demonic aspect of Michael Jackson was as Satan, and the God aspect of him was like Jesus. And I only choose to relate and take from him what I need. I cast aside, even with my namesake, Bambaataa. I mean, Africa Bambaataa is basically what Michael Jackson did, but he did it to hip hop, and there's way more proof.
Way more proof, and yeah, that's a more.
But whatever was speaking through him when he made Planet Rock and Looking for a Perfect Beat, that's what I fuck with. Yeah. When R. Kelly sung I Wish, that pain that he was going through is what brought you those songs. We can't like the song and not like the method that got it.
You gotta like the wholeness.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's all that. We don't embrace that part enough.
Exactly.
There's a lot of things you find in the dark. You know what I mean? Go into that shit.
Embrace us for the good, not the bad. I'm not perfect either. Anybody that knows me knows I'm like finding a shadow and under the sun. I disappear. I'm Nightcrawler, but when I'm here, and you have me just the same way you was when you left me. I admit my flaws, I embrace them, and I wear them on my chest. So that way, number one, so it's a disclaimer me, so you don't have to blame me later. But it also shows you my humility. I'll say sorry first before we start the conversation every time.
Your transparency in your lyrics could be the only Bible some people read. You feel me?
I hope so, man.
You know what I mean? Like this is that story. So let's get into this next track though, because this now we saw the DMT.
Yes.
And I say see the DMT because you visually put it up with all your bars that you do.
Hope y'all ready.
And this LSD.
So you know I wasn't gonna name the album LSD and not do a DMT acronym track, right? But so many people love it, right?
We should do a podcast on LSD.
On LSD, we have to connect, and guess what? I was just on so it's clinically tested, another approved.
If y'all want that, let us know. We should definitely do that.
Yes.
So let's get into this.
Yo, what's the name?
LSD.
LSD. Lunar Solar Duality. Be prepared. This is it, guys.
little strip of destiny. When the lonely silence is deafening. In my living situation. What is LSD? But a little strip of destiny. When the lonely silence is deafening. And my living situation is depressing me. I'm repaying the Lord's spiritual debt to me. First time I took a lethal sized dose. But never will I load syringes with dope. I remember being lost, scared, delusional. Seen the same laws the soothsayer Druids do. Took a ladder to the 7th dimension. The body is literally spirit attention. Leviticus scripture describes Moses liberating social divides. Leading sinners with the diethylamide. Add a little salvia, divinorum, leaves stiff and dry. From the forest, the last soldier to die. Smoke bubble kush, my lieutenant still dead. What is LSD? What is LSD? What is LSD? Lunar Solar Duality. Lucifer, Satan, Devil, Logan, Spawn, Deadpool. The lunatic, sadistic, and dreadful. Osiris limbs scattered and disassembled. Time machine with the Lamborghini style doors. Extremely limited silverish DeLorean. Why my head look slightly deformative? Cause my frontal lobe synaptics are dwarfing them. And every time I let semen drop, I create a legacy of super demigods. I'm Luke Skywalker's daddy. My red lightsaber's dark. My laboratory secluded and dark. Lyric sick as dysentery. I'm a living speaking dictionary. Mental lexicon, Sumerian dialect. I see the image like Spike the Rex. What is LSD? What is LSD? What is LSD? Lunar Solar Duality. What is LSD? What is LSD? What is LSD? Lunar Solar Duality.
Yo, we're bringing that back one more time. We went back too quick.
Yeah.
Yo, on the album version, that is not the album version. Shout out to Black Privilege who put that together. Yo, thank you so much. We got more blessings coming your way, and we hope to meet you in person and work with you soon. The Black Privilege are the same ones that did the No Fear video for Cambatta. Please hit them up and let them know you enjoyed the video. But just know that there is a third verse that's longer than both of those two verses put together. So this is just the first two verses.
No, that's another thing that you do on this album. We do 3 verses.
Yeah, a lot of them.
On a lot of these.
Yeah.
People don't do that a lot, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? They cheat.
I don't skip on the I don't skip on I give you extra rice. I give you at Five Guys, if you ever been to Five Guys, they just kind of dump the bag in the French fry and give you more. Or when you're watching, I love to use the example on World Star when somebody gets knocked out and then they're unconscious and then you continue to beat them in their head. And then those women are like, no, stop. And then you get to the point where once that guy starts breathing, his head is going to look like ragu sauce on the ground. And I don't want to see the pulp that would either. But that's how I approach bars, to where when it's enough, that means I have to give you at least 5 times more. Just to be assured that I did a good job, because I'm so insecure, I have to go above and beyond.
And you also said in the last interview that you kill yourself every time you write a verse.
I go and listen to
another rapper. You tell yourself.
Oh yeah, I'll go and listen. I just heard the Kid Cudi Eminem song.
Yeah.
And I heard M's verse, and I was like, oh my God, he's nicer than me. And I had to go back into my bag and read through my notes and all that, because the context, you know, like there's something about rhyming words and having bars, and then saying something of substantial, something that has substantial significance that resonates with you and creates a new way of thinking on a wholesome sense, rather than just killing a dog. And if I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna say it in a way, killing a dog is one of the serious B's, and a dog star, becomes a white dwarf and creates a black hole. Then, it has to be something like that for me to say something of just regular surface meaning.
Yeah. What's next? Are we bringing this back?
Oh yeah, we gotta bring back LSD one more time. I want you guys to,
because it went by quick.
Yes, please.
We'll bring that back.
For the 177 What is LSD? But a little strip of destiny. When the lonely silence is deafening, and my living situation is depressing me, I'm repaying the Lord's spiritual debt to me. First time I took a lethal sized dose, but never will I load syringes with dope. I remember being lost, scared, delusional, seen the same laws the soothsayer Jewish do. Took a ladder to the 7th dimension. The body is literally spirit attention. Leviticus scripture describes Moses liberating social divides, leading sinners with the diethylamide. Add a little celery, divinorum, leaves stiff and dry. From the forest, the last soldier to die. Smoke bubble kush, my lieutenant still dead. What is LSD? What is LSD? What is LSD? Lunar Solar Duality. Lucifer, Satan, Devil, Logan, Spawn, Deadpool. The lunatic, sadistic, and dreadful. Osiris, limbs scattered and disassembled. Time machine with the Lamborghini style door. Extremely limited, silverish DeLorean. Why my head look slightly deformative? Cause my frontal lobe synaptics are dwarfing them. And every time I let semen drop, I create a legacy of super demigods. I'm Luke Skywalker's daddy, my red lightsaber's dark, my laboratory secluded and dark. Lyric sick as dysentery. I'm a living speaking dictionary. Mental lexicon, Sumerian dialect. I see the image like Spike directs. What is LSD? What is LSD? What is LSD? Lunar Solar Duality. What is LSD? What is LSD? What is LSD? Lunar Solar Duality.
So before we go to this next track, man, I have to ask. I wanted to ask, like, when it comes to that, because you write that, it doesn't sound forced.
No,
it doesn't sound like you're just trying to fit words together. It all completely makes sense.
Yeah.
What's your process for that?
I mean, I guess you have to exercise your mind to keep a continuous, keep the continuous of multiple threads at the same time, while keeping the integrity and overall tone and meaning of the song together. So I create the controls or the rules, which are every line has to end with DMT being the last significant words, minus anything like an og or an and or that. So the main last words have to end in order of D or L, S, and D. It also has to have some kind of significance to the verse. It has to be cohesive in some kind of way to where I'm not just rambling off words and just saying, you know, I remember our Papoose did the alphabet song, and it was more so him just saying a bunch of words that
started with the letter and then just said the part.
Yeah, I wanted this track to sound like a dope act, even if we aren't aware that I'm using the acronyms in all the last rhymes. The trick is throughout the whole entire song, all the last words are D words, and all of those have to rhyme. So I had to find all of these D words, all of these S words, and all of these L words to go look for them. And I had to organize. Well, I would start off with, let's say, I said LSD. I said LSD is a little strip of destiny. So I know that I need a D word that rhymes with destiny, but it also has to have cohesion with what I'm talking about. You know, so when I say little strip of destiny, what did I say after that? The lonely silence is deafening. So a little strip of destiny. So through this, I'm able, with this little strip, I'm able to cast into my destined future. And you'll notice how loud silence is. You'll notice that the loudness is actually more, I would say, it's more profound than sound, because the absence of sound is what gives definition to sound. It is just one continuous tone until you have a break of silence, and that's what gives you, different sounds. So, essentially, not only does it have to end in LSD, but it has to have metaphysical value. It has to keep in also contact with what we're talking about in LSD. We know that most of my work is either, if not directly biblical or based on some kind of divine revelation, it must keep intact my grasp of metaphysics. And it also has to show, my fans are accustomed to me using analogy, using entendre, using punchlines, using this still has multi-syllabic. So now I have to also not only rhyme the last word, but I'm also rhyming the L, S, and the D words. And then within that, like I said, Logan, Storm, Deadpool, Lucifer, Satan, Devil. I have to Logan, Storm, and Deadpool are all superheroes, and then Lucifer and Satan, Devil are all the forms of what we.
Essentially, they superheroes.
Yeah, exactly. They're super villains. In the first comic. But yeah. So this song, shout out to OP Super for producing this track. OP Super not only produced the title track of LSD, but he produced the title track of Cambatta. He just has a knack of producing title tracks. And OP, shout out to Eddie Deuce, somebody that works directly with Eddie Deuce, who also produced on this album. And he is he like I said, he produced LSD, the title track, and the Cambatta title track. So shout out to OP Super.
Bro, this album is it.
Thank you.
I feel like this album is bringing true lyricism, bars, straight hip hop to the surface. You know what I'm saying? For anybody who said that this couldn't be versatile, that this couldn't have a vibe that actually hits people outside of those that are only in tune with the way you tap in, that's not. This album hits everybody, but you remain with you keep your integrity with it though. You stay with what you do.
Yeah, I don't take my foot off the gas. I do every song like it's my last, and I over exceed in my task.
Let's get into this next track, because I know we got Songbird coming.
We got Songbird, and I believe she might be in company. Are you in company with E-Base? I don't know if we might have. I don't know. We got Songbird. She's actually on, I believe, at least one or two more songs.
Matter of fact, back to back, two more songs.
She's back to back on it. So we're about to bring this Songbird now. We're about to play the next song, which is the alternative, the B-side to the title track. So this track is called Lunar Solar Duality. It was called Lunar Solar. I'm sorry. So the last one was LSD, and this one is called Lunar Solar, spelled with soul as the soul. So you know I had to add the songbird on there. And this beat was made by Pip James. Shout out to Pip James, who I've also had a groundbreaking DMT experience with. And he's also an incredible rapper, so look out for him. But yeah, this is
when do you do your titles? Real quick, when do you do your titles for the tracks? Writing them like that and everything.
I usually, when it comes to the title, I believe that's one of the most important pieces. It's giving it a name. We're also encoding it. I believe the name has to have everything that the song has.
You do it at the end of it.
I usually come up with something loose at the beginning, but then until the album is out, I'm constantly editing things to make sure that it's more and more accurate. And it carries as much meaning as possible. On the next song, the bass was done by bass, who also did the bass line on Nigger Tesla. And then it was made by Pip James. This is one of my favorite songs on the album. It basically completely defines and describes the polarizing between me and soul. So this one is good.
Let's get it. Yo,
Yeah,
you know how Wu had that album that was like nobody knows what's in it.
Yeah.
And he sold it like art.
That dude Martin, the guy who invented AIDS,
Yeah.
right in Shem. Yeah.
This is that. This is some shit that's gonna be played 100 years from now.
Yeah.
That's what was just penned right here. That song was amazing right there. Songbird, yo, y'all, I don't know if there's an album or whatever coming between both of y'all, but listen, that hook was amazing. Like you killed that hook. You killed that.
Thank you.
There's a hook. I said, hook, you don't need bait for that hook, and you caught all the whales. And the whale had Jonah in it. He had a pen and pad. And I thank you for your words. Could you repeat your words for them?
And the black and the wrong.
One more time. Say it one more time. Mm-hmm.
In the black, there is some white. In the wrong, there is some right. In the dark, there is some light. In the blind, in the black, there is some sight.
There is some sight.
Yeah. Got bass here too.
So yes. E-Bass is there?
Yeah, he right here.
Yo, show E-Bass. This is E-Bass. Listen, that face right there.
Bruh.
Listen, everybody in the comments, you must thank this man right here, man.
That hook took a long time. Because it's things that you always hear, but to like put it.
That hook took a long time.
Right. But the thinking process of it all, it was powerful. Like we knew as soon as we got done with it, we knew.
It's perfect reduction. You said in the wrong there is right, in the dark there is light, in the dark there is, in the black there is white, in the blind there is sight. Basically, you're
blindness of sight.
You're using the
duality.
duality.
Duality, the polar opposites and everything.
Yes, and with me being a male, you being a female.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. Down to the sample, and then the sample has this high voice, and then we brought E-Bass to bring the bass aspect of it, and Pip James killed the loop. With this song, you'll notice that it doesn't. There is no foul language. There's no negative. There's no word wasted, and it's all encompassing the aspects of the solar, the lunar and the solar, the moon and the sun, the light and the dark, the male and the female. And there's one line that I like to highlight. It's my favorite line. Yo. It's I said evangelize.
Yes, that's my favorite part too.
Yeah, evangelize with the passion of the first time Adam gazed deep in Eve's angel eyes. So the evangelist or the evangelical preacher or priest, it just happens to be the name is some kind of I guess portmanteau or a smashing of Eve, angel, and eyes. Evangelizes Eve's angel eyes. And who was the first to gaze upon them? Adam or Atom. So Adam represents the physical, and the Eve represents the light. So and the first time they met, created that's grand. That's celestial creation. That is the word of God meeting the light of God. And so this song is very important. I look at it. If you guys love Spark of Divinity 2 or Spark of Divinity 1, this would functionally be Spark of Divinity 3.
I think it's one of your best. I think it's one of your best songs ever.
Thank you.
I think it's one of your best songs ever, and I've never heard you do one like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In that way, in that manner, as far as using the melody in that way, your bars on that, everything, man. It's literary. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I wanted to write it as if I was reading the Bible that hasn't been written yet.
Yeah.
And I like to imagine things in their wholeness. And a lot of times when I get a thought, it comes with its pair. It comes in sets. And I've been in the studio with Songbird and E-Bass, and they know how I work. I'm maniacal. I don't sit down. I'm like a child. I can't stop rapping. I freestyle everything. Yeah, they've seen me freestyle songs. It's just out of nowhere. Like they know what it comes to, and when we get in that booth, we create magic. We created Nigger Tesla together, Lunar Solar together, and the next song
the next
together.
track.
Yes, next one.
You have a huge contribution into this magic right here.
Yeah, they're gonna remember you forever.
Forever.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And this track was produced by Eddie Deuce. If you know me, you know Eddie Deuce.
This track was produced by Eddie Deuce?
Yeah, it was produced by Eddie Deuce, bass, and Nick. Woo! So Eddie Deuce is the person who found the first conceptualization of the sound, found the sample and the rhythm. E-bass added the drums and the bass. And then Nick added the mixtures, and then Songbird added the background vocals to emphasize me. And this next song is called Silence of the Lambada. So
Sunlight, moonlight, one night, mood right. No sight, open my eyes, get the view right.
I'm still wondering.
No Christ, birth, love.
Mary had a little lamb, Sherry had a little Cam. Carried them within her hand, married to a missing man, buried under stricken land. Mary had a little lamb, Sherry had a little Cam. Miracle she didn't plan. Nothing makes saints like a sinner can. Grown man sleeping on the floor. Head of mice squeaking by the door. I ain't really eating anymore. Money spent on this bag of weed I can't afford. What's the meaning of it all? Living in the Bronx where it's freezing in the fall and police on the call. Isolated from the people I adore. Family and friends I don't speak to anymore. Mama struggles, she can't even get a call. Probably think that I don't need her anymore. I'm just working out my demons with the Lord. Put them deep into a song like I bleed when I recall. I don't even like breathing when I'm paused, so I'm working till I'm rich enough I could buy my freedom from the law. God, maybe I just need to be involved. Maybe it's too deep for me to solve. Lord, Mary had a little lamb, Sherry had a little Cam. Carried them within her hand, married to a missing man, buried under stricken land. Mary had a little lamb, Sherry had a little Cam. Miracle she didn't plan. Nothing makes sense like a sinner can. Living in a stand. I get so preoccupied. I ain't know my uncle and my auntie died. Remember when I heard my grandmama died? Wasn't there to wipe the tears from mama's eyes. Little sister was and had her traumatized. Should've been home on Thanksgiving, I apologize. The guilt that's in my spirit can't be quantified. And when I ain't have a father, Uncle John was mine. God, I tried. I thank you. You'll still be the one that I pray to. I still feel I have to be grateful. But why do you take back your angels? Why? I love you, I hate you, but I didn't ask to be made you. Can't I relax and be stable? Why does this have to be painful? Mary had a little lamb, Sherry had a little Cam. Carried them within her hand, married to a missing man, buried under stricken land. Mary had a little lamb, Sherry had a little Cam. Miracle she didn't plan. Nothing makes saints like a sinner can. Living in a stand. Already died, I can't die no more. I'm alive and I wanna be alive some more. Already cried, I can't cry no more. Feeling so high, why my eyes so low? Trying to shine and let my soul glow. It's part of me inside, even I don't know. Places in my mind, even I won't go. That's the encore to the final show.
Yeah.
Listen.
So that's the silence of the lambada right there. And the silence is the lens of the sigh. And the sigh is the mind. So only in silence can you experience what the mind truly is. So, and then the lamb the lamb, the lamb of God, the lamb of my mother, the mother, the mother, gives birth to the lamb that attracts the moth from his lanolin. The mother gives birth to the lamp that are the light of God. So the lamb is the lamp or the light of the shepherd. And the Lambada, of course, it just happens to work with my name, but silence is the silence. And then Silence of the Lambada is obvious. Silence of the Lambs is obviously a psychological thriller about a man who cannibalized and ate other people. Well, this is me cannibalizing myself and kind of embodying myself in I guess
the whole album is essentially that. It's you cannibalizing yourself. It's a death. The whole album is a death.
Yes.
Word up. And the next track, but we're not gonna get to that yet because Songbird, I want to definitely, again, like your vocals on the track, it just makes everything.
I appreciate you.
It wraps it all up, makes it real. You know what I mean? But the next track actually represents that. You know what I'm saying? You said that this track right here is actually one that you feel the most.
Yeah,
like it's probably the most directly to you.
Yeah, I would say this. A lot of times, if you come on my my lives, you'll see anybody that knows me, even you, Songbird and eBase, and anybody that's in my life that I love and cherish, knows that a lot of times I have trouble reaching out to people. I have trouble getting back to people. A lot of times I get anxiety when it comes to hitting people up, making initial connections, like kind of like a guy that's too shy to approach a woman, so his friend has to do it for him. But once I get going, I'm fine. And they've always had patience for me and nothing but love, and they've shared their time and they come and got me and picked me up, and it's always just been a blessing that I had these two. I mean, you know, Songbird adding the vocals, and then eBase, like I said, you guys are in for a treat because this man is literally, he added the bass to some of the most legendary songs. That this man wasn't here to do that. Think about Blueprint, think about Kanye, think about Nas, think about Usher, think about anybody in hip hop that's worth talking about, and this man has crossed paths with them, and including me, which indicates to me that I'm only in for great things in store. So thank you guys so much.
Actually, I got a question for eBase. So, you know, with a lot of other artists that he mentioned, a lot of them are on a whole different level with hip hop. You know, they got a whole, Cam is his own, you know? So how different was it working with him as opposed to those other artists?
Because you work with Jay-Z, Kanye. Where do I differ from those people?
Well, realistically, I spoke to Cam about this already, and like I said, there's a professionalism when it comes to those brothers. You know what I'm saying? Beyond what people see on the screen, beyond what people see, you know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying, for what the media gives you, whatever you know what I'm saying? There's a professionalism with those cats that Cambatta has that attracted me to him when I first heard him, you know what I'm saying, on Brother Rich's channel. So his work ethic, like he said, when he's going. Yeah. Like he don't sit down in the studio, he walks around, he paces, he's constantly in it. You know what I'm saying? And I promise you, like when I've seen, you know what I'm saying, Hov walk through the studio, he'll come from the front door and it's like it's a light, he's on, he's in there. You know what I'm saying? If he even changed anything in the booth from what I've experienced, it's never been what he says, it's always been how he says it. Right. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the things that I was like, yo, it blew me away because I was like, man, he said the same exact thing, but in a way that would reach 100,000 more people than it would had you said it a different, you know what I'm saying, the first way you said it. Mm-hmm. Right. Cam, with his linguistics, and just his whole train of thinking, yo, you know what I'm saying?
This is why we could even do this. This is why we could even have him break this all down, because you couldn't do this with just any other album. You know what I'm saying? You can do a whole, take this, rewind it, and unpack everything. You know what I mean? People are gonna bring this live back plenty of times.
Oh yeah.
You know?
I mean,
so
even in certain instances when it came to the music, you know what I'm saying? for me and my personal preference, you know what I'm saying, I was very limited because I like to have analog equipment so I can do things that you can't normally do with digital equipment. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference. Anybody that really like delves into producing and not just beat making, you know what I'm saying, will understand what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Like just something as simple as being able to use an old 1970s guitar pedal for a vocal. You know what I'm saying? To run through, you know what I'm saying? To run through an analog chain, you know what I'm saying? That'll make your vocals sit out 3 times as much as they would if you breaking it down to ones and zeros in a computer. Even your dogs will tell you, you know what I'm saying? Not even to get off into that, but you know what I'm saying? Even your dogs will limit you to certain things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's where we have to go next. You know what I'm saying? Like when me and Cam tap in next, you know what I'm saying? The same thing I'm gonna do with brother, you know what I'm saying? Like my brother's red and blue. You know what I'm saying? We all gonna do some serious, like, you know what I'm saying? I'll call it conjuring for you if you want to take that and run with it. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna get in. We're gonna get in, yo. We're gonna get in for real.
Salute to all of you, man. Salute to all of y'all for everything. This album, everything you bless this album with.
Oh yeah.
This is a very magical moment right here.
We had a lot of fun creating this album. You know, it's a lot of reality, like real life stories that we put together, and we just went in the booth and we had fun.
And salute to you, Cam, for showing vulnerability on an album that I've never heard it for as a man. Something that I think many men right now would be like, yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. You know what I'm saying? And this next track, the last track, my favorite track. This is where all the shit we just went through from the beginning. We went from the darkness. We went through wrestling with with ourselves and wrestling with all that. And now we come to this last track where we now can fly. You feel me? We now can fly. This is the best. This is my favorite track on the album, bro.
Yes.
Happy
Wings of Icarus.
Thank you. Let's get to it.
Thank you. Wings of Icarus.
Peace, y'all.
Damn. Oh, that nigga Camp, man. Oh, wait. Blow the smoke in the air. Pray. Damn. Holy Ghost will appear. Oh, man. Jehovah is here. Yeah. Partying. But nobody here. Damn. What? When I go up the stairs. Floating. While me float in the air.
Finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings.
Look at them, they're beautiful. High up in the sky. So happy I can see.
Melody so beautiful. Finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings.
Heaven is so beautiful. I just realized I died and now I'm free.
Yeah. Let's stick to the game plan. This is really my escape plan. They're feeding lynches from the same branch. They're feeding whippers with the same hand. Damn. Nothing motivate like pain can. Then the slave red, then the slave ran. I'm just trying to make it at this wasteland. Now a shepherd was a stray lamb. Elevated is a space jam. He's king with the crown of an emperor. These jeans that I found in molecular breeds, wings that I found on a kepera. Bling bling, that's the sound of my necklace. Ching ching, that's the sound of my register. Ring ring, that's the sound of my cellular phone. I might rise so high above the sky that I might die if I don't spread my wings and spread my wings. I might rise so high above the sky that I might die if I don't spread my wings and finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings.
Look at them, they're beautiful. High up in the sky. So happy I Heaven is so beautiful, I just realized I died and now I'm free.
Look in the sky, what do you see? That's not a bird, that's not a plane. That was just me spreading my wings. Yeah. Got off my knees, back on my feet. Now I feel free, like I could breathe with this degrees. I'm on a cloud right now, and I'm never coming down right now. I feel higher than a cloud right now. Yeah. Getting ready for my crown right now. Moving at the speed of sound right now. Yeah. Yo. I'm black and I'm proud right now. We ready for a gown right now. I'm so high right now. I can prove the law of gravity's a lie. I believe in my ability to fly. I don't even gotta slow to get me high. As I float above you, I look down and I say hi. Finally I'm fly. I just grew my wings.
Look at them, they're beautiful, high up in the sky. So happy I can see.
Melody's so beautiful. Finally I'm fly. I just grew my wings.
Heaven is so beautiful, I just realized I died and now I'm free.
Woo!
Yeah.
Listen.
Look at them, they're beautiful.
Listen.
Finally, I'm flying. That's me, dude.
I could feel my wings.
Come on, man.
We have reached the moment of this whole album, of this whole masterpiece, to be able to fly. Like if you were listening to this and was with us the whole time, if you didn't feel your whole spirit get lifted, I don't even know the frequency you put out, bro.
Thank you,
with this whole album and this track. We got to bring this back. Wow. We got to bring this back, and we could get into Wings, Icarus, and all that. But let's just bring it back one more time.
Before we go, shout out to Desta 2459 for the 4444. Shout out to Jamal Ray. He actually who accompanied on the background vocals. This was my first time really using this level of melody. So I asked for some training wheels, and Jamal, somebody said, who's the male songbird? I've been working with a gentleman named Jamal Ray, and this gentleman is the preferred male voice that you will be seeing me accompanying with in the future. And he helped me. He basically braced me and helped me learn how to rollerblade.
Do we got an R&B album coming? Because you got a lot of melody on this.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'm going to share with you guys before we replay this, since this is the last song, is that 33 marks a transition point for me to where I've mastered certain aspects of my craft, and now it's time for me to, take off the, the jet propellers and use my real wings, use exactly what I've learned and use that to craft beautiful music now, because there is a difference between how rap affects people's minds to how soul music and folk music affects people's souls. And in order to truly master myself as a musician and as a translator, I must also, sharpen my singing, my harmony, my everything in a serious way, not playing around with it like the faux rap way, like most rappers, because they're afraid to let go of their, their hardness. It becomes hard to let go, and that was hard for me. And the first time I did that was actually on Holy Ghost 2. Thankful to Brother Rich, who kind of pushed me to do the Spellbound song with Songbird, and that kind of got me out of my shyness. And because this is something that I've been developing since the Porsche days, when I get done writing, I go directly into lo-fi neo soul beats, and I develop my neo soul.
It just so happened that on this album, this is also the album where you you let go of a whole lot of other shit. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Yes.
You know what I mean? And it's the album where you got the most melody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you guys are seeing the transition, but I'm doing it in a way to where I don't have to sacrifice my lyricism.
Not at all.
I don't have to sacrifice the schemes. I figured out a way to use melody and syllabics and pitches and witty things, and you can still have fun as a listener. And I won't lose any of my core fan base to think I'm just draking it up or T-Paining it up. And with all due respect to that, because I'm a huge fan of what they do, I believe that.
But you kept the integrity of what you do.
Of the bars. So I'm still there. Like, what makes me special is still intact. I will always stay true to my rule, or I will have my foundation. Even though I mastered all styles, my foundation style is always going to be the tiger, and that's kind of my default. When I'm halfway concussed, you're going to see me immediately retreat to the tiger claw, because that's the one that I know foundationally and the most subconsciously. So the lyricism will always be there. However, I really don't need to work on it much. I know what I want to say, and I have the ammunition that I'm constantly downloading new words in their context. And Wings of Icarus marks me showing you guys just a teaspoon of what's in the store. There's many layers to me, and like I said before, after this album, you will have seen maybe 60% of who I am. The other 40% is more substantial and huger than the first 60%. So I mean, I don't plan on stopping. As long as I have breath, I will continue to push the limits. And thank you guys. I want to bless you guys with the Wings of Icarus again. Please give me your solid comments, and we're gonna go back to it too. Jay Kemp's got some more questions.
No.
We're gonna. I want to iron the wrinkles.
You want to iron wrinkles?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, because I there's somebody I want to. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Go. All right. Cool. Yeah, let's go to that.
Yes. Wings of Icarus, featuring Jamal Ray, produced by Batman. Thank you.
Damn. Oh, that nigga Camp, man. Oh, wait. Blow the smoke in the air. Pray. Damn. Holy Ghost will appear. Oh, man. Jehovah is here. Yeah. Partying. But nobody here. Damn. What? When I go up the stairs. Floating. Want me floating in the air.
Finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings. Look at them, they're beautiful. High up in the sky. So happy I can see. Melody so beautiful. Finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings. Heaven is so beautiful. I just realized I died and now I'm free. Yeah. I'll stick to the game plan. This is really my escape plan. They're feeding lynches from the same branch. They're feeding whippers with the same hand. Damn. Nothing motivate like pain can. Then the slave red, then the slave red. I'm just trying to make it at this wasteland. Now a shepherd was a stray lamb. Elevated is a space jam. He's king with the crown of an emperor. These jeans that I found in molecular breeds, wings that I found on a kepera. Bling bling, that's the sound of my necklace. Ching ching, that's the sound of my register. Ring ring, that's the sound of my cellular phone. I might rise so high above the sky that I might die if I don't spread my wings and spread my wings. I might rise so high above the sky that I might die if I don't spread my wings and finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings. Look at them, they're beautiful. High up in the sky. So happy I can see. Melody so beautiful. Finally I'm flying. I just grew my wings. Heaven is so beautiful. I just realized I died and now I'm free. spreading my wings, yeah. Got off my knees, back on my feet. Now I feel free, like a good breeze with this debris. I'm on a cloud right now, and I'm never coming down right now. I feel higher than a cloud right now. Getting ready for my crown right now. Moving at the speed of sound right now. Yeah. Yo. I'm black and I'm proud right now. We ready for a gown right now. I'm so high right now. I can prove the law of gravity's a lie. I believe in my ability to fly. I don't even gotta slow to get me high. As I float above you, I look down and I say hi. Finally I'm fly. I just grew my wings. Look at them, they're beautiful. High up in the sky. So happy I can see. Melody's so beautiful. Finally I'm fly. I just grew my wings. Heaven is so beautiful. I just realized I died and now I'm free.
Yo, somebody put in there that they want a physical copy. That's what this is. This is some shit. You need a physical copy. You need a hard copy, a vinyl. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Don't touch it. Put it in the vault.
Yes, and
bring that shit back out 100 years later. That shit's gonna be worth.
Yes,
bruh.
Yes, man. This is my. I'm just, doing my due diligence to capture this beautiful life and reflect yourself, to yourself. And this album is now live. I'm now 33. You guys got to experience the Lunar Solar Duality with me. And I would love for you guys to check that out. It's available online right now at a much higher bit rate. This kind of a lot of songs were slowed down by the system.
A lot of people want vinyl. Look, everybody's like, I want a physical copy signed, autographed vinyl.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. This is
epic.
Truly a dream come true.
No doubt.
And my music has only been moved around by word of mouth and person-to-person suggestion. The machine hasn't worked for me yet. The labels tried the best they can. They send it out. Nobody bites, man. I don't know if they're scared of it. Sometimes I think I'm delusional. But if they feel your passion and they know that, like, you guys get to be the people who get to talk about it first. Like, imagine the first people that got Reason with God, or the first people that found out about Big Al. They got to be the one that tell all their friends, I definitely hope that I'm giving you guys that opportunity now, and I can create a very positive impact on you and your kids. And if you are artists watching, just know no matter how broke you are, how far your goal is away from you, consistency always works. And if nobody sees you, the universe does. And even if you were just walking circles in a room, you're gonna get paid for it somehow. There's always somebody watching. And you're gonna get you. Just keep working, man. And if you collect shit and you make sculptures of dog doo, and you're a nasty doo-doo boy.
Which is a real thing. There's a dude that actually did a whole art museum of his buttholes. Yes. Of all different buttholes. Real talk.
Yeah.
And put it up.
Oh, I saw that. And he was so good at capturing buttholes. He has so much
people
experience.
went to go and look at,
So don't give up.
do that shit.
Yes, man. Cash App. Thank you for the donations that I've gotten thus far. Again, LSD is available right now. Shout out to Mellow Music. Shout out to everybody that contributed to the album. 16 tracks, 8 tracks, Lunar, 8 tracks, 8 tracks, Solar. Thank you guys for not being oversensitive and being, wanksters and whatever the kids say nowadays. 33 now. I think I might have a gray hair or two. Other than that, my body's in, good, at least good condition. I don't know, haven't done push-ups in a while, but I think I could push out at least 40 right now. So thank you guys very much. And everything that you guys contribute will be used to further push the bars of love.
No doubt. Hey, yo, bro, I appreciate you.
Thank you. Where can they find you, bro? Thank you.
Right now, just go to Instagram, Activated Minds. And listen, the reason why I was looking forward to doing this with you on this album specifically is because your work ethic and what you, the humility you bring to it fits what I do. Because I'm all about getting people and getting myself first and foremost active in every part of wellness. You know what I'm saying? Every part of bringing yourself up. And you capture that. You capture that.
Yeah, I'm speaking your life.
You know what I'm saying? Absolutely.
Right next to you.
You know what I mean? Even when the passion's a burden, you still push through on that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and you brought this.
Yeah.
So it was important for me to be able to speak with somebody who shows a way of living that is still inspiring to me to this day.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
You inspire me,
man. So I wanted to pull all these gems out of this album.
Thank
you know what I mean?
I look at you like a big brother.
No doubt. I mean? Yeah, absolutely. I'm the oldest, like, out of the whole.
You wouldn't know though, man.
Right.
Doodle, I'll push all of us. But you actually brought a guest with you. I would love to introduce her to the world if she would like to.
Matter of fact, now when I met Cam years ago, I knew he was like, I knew this is the one. You know what I mean? I knew he just had that. I could just be like, yo, listen. You know what I'm saying? The person that I brought with me is that. Okay? I just know it, and y'all about to know it. So, Yex, I want you to come through.
Tell them where you're from, what you do, and where they can find you.
Peace, y'all. My name is Yex. I am a Chicago native and wave and raised. And you can find me on IG, Yex. That's YASSS_YEX. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't consider myself a poet, even though people place that title on me. I would consider myself to be an oral narrator. I'm a storyteller. And I really am a community advocate. I just use my lyrical prowess as a vehicle for my message.
Yeah, tell them where they can find you. Did you already tell them where they can find you? All right, I'm out of my mind. Thank you so much.
Word. Can you do something real quick?
Hit them with something before we close this out.
All right. All right, well, I'm going to do a piece that reminds me of the essence of what I got here, which was, it only take two or more to congregate, and this was like church. And, the pastor put on a wonderful sermon, so I was sitting down with one of my brothers one day, in Isidore, and he came to my door like Jesus. It's funny that you reiterated this in your album a lot. He came to my door like Jesus, fucked up, down and out, and I took him in, and I'm literally washing his feet, and he's just dropping mad knowledge on me. I'm receiving it, and it feels like I was at church. So right after, I'm like you, I freestyle. If I don't freestyle, I just build it in my head, and then it all pours out in one swift movement. So, this is called Can You Taste It? What if I told you Jesus showed up on my doorstep in a pair of Converse and a Kangol to converse about the earth being mangled? He listened to me spout over cups of tea as I untangled his locks, tongue tied in knots. I called him Chris in lieu of Christ, asked to cross my T before they dotted his I. Skewed images and accounts faked, replaced with Judas. No one would believe it was he who was really skewered to the stake. Esau was never crucified. I washed his feet as he turned water to wine and consoled me as I whined about the state of our people. Feeble-minded Negroes who lost more than just their deeds to 40 acres and a mule, surrendering our future to the prison pipeline every time we've been in our youth in these whitewashed schools. Hip-hop is our only culture, and they stole that too. So I said Indian style with indigenous shamans and soothsayers who have been deemed winos and fools, removing their teeth, making room for gems drop every time they speak. I am their diamond in the rough, uncut, impossible to be thrown under the bus. It is only 200 or so years old. My soul is ancient. I finally got the guts to post up on the corner, turning it into a pulpit, yelling, ain't shit sweet coming from where I'm from. Not even sugar, honey, iced tea. They've made sustenance a drug. Like on my block, Cinderellas who can't afford glass slippers smoke out of glass pipes instead, where scorn mothers and lovers teach men how to make a park bench a bed, where the black Madonna and child are referred to as baby mama and bastard. Reality is bass backwards. Politicians posing as puppets, masterminds, Racists use our cities as their personal coloring books, drawing outside of lines, as if our streets aren't already rivers running red, something like Venice. Blood flows out of exit wounds that never heal from young bulls marked like veil as soon as they exit the womb. Who's really pulling the strings? I've watched angels fall with broken wings, becoming marionette doors as demons smoke their dust, praising monetary illusions in God we trust. That blindfolded lady holds an unbalanced scale. She is neither fair nor just. In my hood, pigs don't fly. They walk upright, beating deities in broad day for simply being as quiet bystanders watch like a play on Broadway. I've seen this act 1, 2, many times. Violators of ghetto idols, later to be exonerated by a jury of their peers. Those who claim neutrality in the face of injustice have chosen the side of the oppressor. Privileged transgressors, all they see is green. I warn my brothers not to accept the fake-ass peace offering. One last smoke before being choked or chopped on the block, undertaking the guillotine. Rats who aren't afraid to die, tapping wise, lies told through grapevines. Red and blue make purple. Double-headed snakes play both sides. I see dead homies' faces hanging from shoelaces on telephone lines. So we pour out libations like our ancestors in commemoration. Sisters don't choose gangsters because we prefer bad boys. Rather, they purposefully liken our men to African warriors. It's all a ploy. Kids walk around with bulled fists because the streets are hot. Their hearts are cold. Stomachs empty. Those who live to eat will become carnivorous eventually. Cannibalism tempting. The meek shall inherit the earth only after the rich have raped it. And when there is nothing left, the poor will feed off the rapist. Can you taste it?
That was a gift. Happy birthday
Thank
to
you.
me.
Happy
That was incredible. That was about 100 bars of fire. That was like, that was one of the best things I've ever heard, bro. That was
I
incredible.
appreciate that. I appreciate that.
That was
Especially
incredible.
coming from
We definitely gotta
you.
work, yo.
Word.
Yeah,
I
we gotta get Nono. We gotta get her in the room. Yes, thank you, man. That was a gift from the heavens, and
Crazy.
Unexpected and beautiful.
Crazy.
Thank you.
Yo.
Yo, thank the crowd. Thank
Appreciate
you guys
everybody
for
who
sticking in.
stayed with us. Straight up. I hope y'all was definitely
4.5
stayed
hours.
with us. 4.5 hours.
That's how many years it took me to make this. So we about right.
Whoa.
We about right. You know how we go.
4.5 years. 4.5 hours.
Yeah, that's it, dude. That's it, bro.
Woo!
Because guess what? 6 hours? 4 hours is how many minutes? What is that? 240 minutes and 4 hours. That's 240 minutes, right? Yeah. So Kobe was number 24, right? And then his daughter was number 2, right? So that
it's all here.
Come on,
the ancestors are here.
Let's have a wonderful night, man.
It is a great night.
Thank you guys
Appreciate
again, man.
everybody.
CambattaMusic.com is right now on Spotify, iTunes. Please hit me up and let me know what you guys think and give it to everybody. Thank you.
Peace.
Peace.